Hey everybody, welcome back to our Sunday live stream. I'm gonna, let's see, it's the video capture device. What is it? I don't know what the video capture device is, but I'm hoping, I see mic volumes up there. I'm hoping that we got all the audio set up. I finally brought my microphone back here. Let's see, actually. Oh yeah, my audio sounds crispy. So, how you guys doing? Welcome back to another stream. I finally got my mic here from work, so that way I can actually start just streaming from here directly at the house. And excited that we got this all going now. So we're going to continue last week's stream where we started out this pretty crazy kind of sculpting shot. And we're going to continue that. So this is what it currently looks like right now. I do have all of these project files uploaded to the Patreon, so if you guys want to go grab those, you can go grab them here. You can follow along if you guys want to mess around. Link is in the description for that. But this is what we did last week. Now, we still have quite a bit of texturing to do, and maybe some sculpting fixes. I don't know. I've been looking at the background here. I think it would do us nice to have some more sculpting on the background. Though simplicity sometimes is, you know, the best for these types of things. But yeah, I think we're going to want to do some more shading on his chest area here. The arms pretty much have absolutely nothing on them so far. So we kind of want to start getting that to be fixed up and looking good and nice and snazzy. So yeah, let's go ahead and jump in. I don't anticipate this particular stream to be insanely long. But, you know, we'll see where this takes us. So currently inside of the comp here, this is what we got going on. We did quite a bit of sculpting work here, and then now we're going to have to do some painting on top of it. I'm thinking I'm not a huge fan of just these, like, kind of lines that are coming down his chest here. Thinking we're going to want to do some more stuff on top of that. And then just to give it a little bit more feeling that it is. But how are you guys doing on this wonderful Sunday? Hopefully you guys have had a very productive weekend. I have been all over the place. But let's see. I'm getting a bunch of texts from like my neighbor, so I'm just double checking on stuff real quick. Cool. All right. Fantastic. He's texting. Oh, that's so funny. I'm holding the monster drink as if I'm like, hey, sponsorship, right? No, not really. Maybe one day. Okay. And the other thing I kind of want to do with this hair here is I don't know. How are you guys feeling about the hair? I feel like they're just pretty basic strands right now, but maybe making them have a little bit more of a curl to them as they're coming out might make them look a little bit better. The other thing we could do is maybe add some children's strand hairs into there as well, but the other thing is I don't like how dirty the front of the face is. It makes it look, I don't know. It's not what I want it to look like. I feel like a person would have more cleanliness around that section. So we actually do have several different things that are already controlling kind of our shading setup that we have going on for our face. If I select our head, for instance, you'll notice that we're using a face mask. Wait a second, that's not it. That's our face painting. But we do have a face mask that is controlling our mix shader right here. And that's being controlled by this right here. So this is our main face. And currently, we're saying to only do any like texture work that's over this particular section, and so that's painting out all of our fingerprints in the other areas. I might want to widen this so that way the face is kind of more defined on the front here, and then the wooden texture kind of comes in from around the sides. But that's that wooden texture, and then there's kind of just the overall wooden material, and that's getting plastered onto the multiply here, which goes into our displacement. But if I look at this right now, what we're going to get quite a bit of is all the kind of shading that's happening on the face here, and this is the stuff that I would like to avoid as much as possible. And that's because, let's see, we're taking this face texture here, and we're just feeding that directly into our principled BSDF, whereas I think what we could do is we could use the same face-like mask that we created earlier, which is this guy right here. I'll just copy paste him. And I kind of want to view this guy. And this face material here, that's pretty good. I just don't like this stuff. Now, I could go edit the paint that we actually did here, but just an easy thing for us to do also is using like a mix color node. And if I use a mix color node in conjunction with this, as well as this main face thing, then, let's see, our main face mask is white. So we're going to want that mask part to go to the B section, or actually to the A section. And the B section, we're just going to make it completely black. And we'll plug this into the factor. And if we do that, essentially what we're going to be doing is just saying, everywhere that face masks exist, we're going to actually want it to be fully white, and then everywhere else it can have that shading on top of it. So it kind of like defines that face section there. And then of course this just gets plugged directly into our base color here instead of this going all the way around. Let's clean this up a little bit. I've got all these extra nodes here. I think we can get rid of those. And yeah, so essentially what we're doing is we're saying, hey, this main face texture, we're going to be using this mask location to define where we want the actual material to be, which is this. And then where it's not, we want it to be white. And then that feeds into our principled BSDF. So that's just an easy way for us to kind of clean that up. Now, I actually just screwed up the lips on this. So this is where we're probably actually going to have to go edit the main texture rather than us doing it this way. Because, yeah, our lips are now gone. Which we need the lips. I just don't want this section right here. That looks, it just looks like, I don't know. It looks inappropriate. That's all I'm saying. Okay. We don't need to have schmutz on the face. So let's go ahead and edit that. So we can jump over to our texture paint node now. And with that selected, this is where all of our kind of editing is happening for this particular texture. I can just paint over top of this with a regular brush. So let's go to erase that. Probably going to change my color to a white color, and just going to kind of overall paint this section. One thing that I did notice is like last week I was having some performance issues, specifically with whenever I tried to paint the face. So I'm going to do is I'm going to use a decimate functionality here and probably just make it like a 0.2 or something crazy. And this should make it easier to paint on. And this is just going to be for previewing purposes. We can always turn this off later. In fact, actually, I will turn it off for renders, but we can keep it on so for every time we're in the viewport, it'll be on, but it won't be on later. Okay, and specifically, I just kind of wanted to get rid of it around that nose section. We'll probably just fade it in a little bit better there. And then now let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to our layout again. See how that updates for us. And already I'm feeling a lot better about the front of the face. Today's going to be a lot about just tweaking, getting things to look just perfect. Because well, there can be a lot of work done just in like the tiny little things to get things to look a little better. I know the hair I'm not a huge fan of, so we're probably going to want to adjust that as well here in a little bit. But I also kind of don't like this this torso section. Let's see. Let's see. Can I pull up my reference image? Where's that at? I have it around here somewhere. my streams folder. Oh, actually, it might be under my downloads. Here it is. I found it. Okay. So, one thing I like about this reference image is it'll give us the opportunity to look at several different like areas on which we want to change. Their hair is obviously very different than ours, but so I'm not going to look at that primarily. But I do like to look at sometimes the crevices between like how the joints are in the arm and stuff. And that makes it so that it looks just a little more realistic in like those sections. It's like oil building up because this is kind of like a puppet. So it makes sense to have kind of the darkened edges around the edges of each of these elements. Specifically like on the insides, you'll notice it's like a lot darker on the insides of the joints here. So I might want something like that as well for what we're doing. Because right now ours feels a little clean. We also might want to have to model more of a joint, kind of like a area for that part of the arm. I think that would work really nicely for us because right now it kind of just like leads directly up into that section. So let's look at our arm here. Let's see what we could do. If I swap this over to sculpt mode, let's see if I can layer anything, because I think all we really need to do is layer on top of it. And then that'll create kind of like the ball and socket area. Let's see. It's either drawing it. I might want to draw sharp and then smooth the bottom section of it. And we'll just draw that decently sized where can make it feel like it's a separate element. Just kind of need this to be layered a little bit larger here, and then we'll smooth out the bottom portion here, crease this section here to make it feel like a lip more. And then what will be really nice is once we do that, we can actually paint the different areas together. So let's see, that's good there. I'm gonna just draw decently regular sized here on the bottom. We're just gonna buff up this bottom section, and then we'll smooth this out. That goes all the way down to the rest of the arm. It's gonna look really bad first, but I always find like with these things is it tends to look bad before it gets better. So the other thing we're gonna probably want to do is mask off the section that we want to keep sharp. So we can use a mask tool here. Let's use the mask tool. All the areas in which we don't want to affect, we'll just paint that. So I like the top part of this sharpened area. We're always just going to erase this later, but for right now, you know, we just need this section right here to not be adjusted. Also the top part of this, not the bottom part, but the top part of the sharpened area. Is there a different way to, because I feel like the mask color isn't super obvious. I wish that it was like red or something, like a completely different color, like the visibility on it, because right now it's like it just looks like a shadow. Options. Texture, stroke, no. All of those are just ways in which it's being painted. Okay. And then I'm going to use this subtraction here, and then we just get rid of the bottom of this, because this is the part that we're specifically wanting to adjust. This could be challenging with just a regular mouse, but unfortunately, don't have a good trackpad right now to use, like a sketch pad, like a Wacom or something like that. But now that we have that, we have this hard line at the top. We can use our smooth feature and just paint out this section here. And this should just update for us. what is going on here? That works. It's just the smooth function's not working for me right now. Let's see. Oh, because the strength's pretty low, maybe? Yeah, that's what it is. Great. So we're just going to now smooth out the bottom part of this arm because we want it to feel like this is just the regular part of the arm that's going up to the area where the socket is at. And then that's going to be a sharp kind of fall off there. So I'm just going to increase not the radius, but the strength of this. And maybe this is a little backwards the way I'm doing it, but I always found this method to be the easiest way, which is just kind of creating that sharp area and then creating a mask first and then having a drop in there. Now you'll notice that this did kind of blunt our edge there, but that doesn't matter as much because now we already have kind of like the area in which we want that. So we're going to create a crease on the inside of it, which is like this section here. And then we're going to use like a pinch tool for this outside piece there. So for our mask option, let's go back to mask. We need to get rid of our mask. I actually don't have an easy way of getting rid of a mask. That is something... Where'd my mask option go? Something I'd like to figure out is how an easy way of just getting rid of my entire mask here. I think there's probably... Yeah, there it is. Clear mask. Booyah. I knew there was a button. I was like, there has to be a button for this. But now all I'm going to do is basically crease the top part of this socket and then pinch just like this section right here. That's the arm piece. And this is going to kind of create our sharpened edge that we are going for. So let's just sharpen that. And then on the inside, then we can do all of our paint work and create the joints with inside of the arm. It's already working wonders for us. And then I just want that crease on the inside because we really want it to feel... You're here just for a few minutes behind since I'm taking notes. Oh, all good. Ben, I'm just sitting here trying to... I don't know why, but today I feel very low energy. I was out playing poker last night, so that's probably what happened. I'm gonna crease. That's not doing what I want it to do. That's doing more what I want, but it's a little too large. I'm gonna scale that down, and then... I did start a few minutes early, so I apologize to anybody that was like, wait a second, why did he already start his stream? Sometimes that's like, I've got the stream up and running, and then I'm like, you know what, screw it, let's get going here. You know, like, why wait to start it if I'm already sitting at my computer? Oh yeah, I like that. So now you can see already with the joint that with that sharp edge, this feels very much like it's just a different piece. We could have done this earlier with our modeling if we did a sphere separated from everything else. But this is a nice way to do this with inside of the sculpting section, which I kind of like. This gives us a little bit more control over how we want the shape to look and stuff. So we're going to have to do the same thing to the other side on the other arm. But it's not actually quite as visible, so really we probably don't have to do all that much work. But yeah, let's look at our reference here again. I do like how on the inside of the ball socket, there's kind of like some mechanisms. But let's go back to object mode here, see how this looks in our render now. That's pretty cool. And then we're going to do some texture shading on top of that to get that to really fit. Now it definitely feels like a sleeve on the outside. exactly what we wanted. Let's see. I'm gonna smooth out just like this section here a little bit. Just so that way it kind of goes up against that edge a little bit better. Just view that from camera. Yeah, it looks good. And then on the inside here, I kind of want to do another crease. Just scale that down. And now we're just going to kind of create that internal mechanisms that maybe this arm has. Just kind of get that going here. I like that. I think that adds like this nice it's like a bearing on the inside of the shoulder. Allows it to kind of like smoothly rotate and whatnot. We don't really need to see it from back here, but for ourselves we can do this. Okay, and I'm going to crease the bottom of this a little bit more. Just kind of sharpening up this section here, and then that way, when we go into texture paint, we have like really well-defined lines of where the kind of the arm part and then the shoulder mechanism begins. Yeah, using this crease function is really nice because it just helps create that separation. Awesome. Okay, great. I hit the save button there. Yeah, let's go back to our object mode and then see how that translates over here. It's a lot better. Thinking for the rest of the arm, I also am not a huge fan of what we have currently. Might want to adjust that a little bit. With that might come creating some knots or something like that in the arm here on the side. Just feels very smooth. So you might want to adjust that as well. So let's go into the sculpt mode here. And just using this crease function, we actually might be able to create some of these knots in the center. Looks like I've got some actual like stretching topology issues actually also. Just gonna grab the whole arm here. Yeah, it's like weirdly like was like the wrong direction. It's okay. We can fix that. That's what we're here for. Let's do the kind of the ball socket on the other side of the arm, or the other arm, I should say. These are things that maybe we should have done before we duplicated everything to the other side, so that way we wouldn't have to do it twice. But, hey, you live, you learn. I'm going to use that sharp drawing again, just like we did before. And then kind of draw on the outside here. Ooh, whoops. Additive drawing, not subtractive. And just kind of creating that area in which the ball socket should exist. And there we go. I'm going to try smoothing out the bottom here as well. Let's see if we could do that without creating a mask. I think we can. We just got to be careful. It's like those like robots from Ex Machina, where like the skin ends at like a specific part of their body, and it just has like it feels like a layer, like they're wearing clothing on top of the robot's body. Kind of like a wild effect. Kind of want to do that on a visual effects sometime. Is to create like a cyborg-like character. I haven't done anything like that. I'm gonna use like the crease option now. We're just gonna sharpen up this edge here. Oh, and again, gotta swap it to a subtractive. And just go through there and clean that edge up now. A lot easier than the other side. I mean, hey, when you know what you're doing after the first time, it's kind of easy copy-paste work. Yeah, we create that sharp edge there, and then I'm going to just use the pinch tool on top of that to get this outside edge. And we're barely seeing that. You can see over here, we're like barely seeing that part of the arm, but it's just nice to have the continuity, because the other thing is sometimes at the end of these renders, I do change the camera angle slightly, depending on how I feel about the composition, and that's where having, you know, more topology to work with works better. Let's smooth this out. It's got to be a nice straight line here. Yeah, I think that looks nice. And then we can create the inside mechanism on this side as well. Which again is just using like the crease option and just kind of going through. I gotta figure out the shortcuts over here for some of these. Yeah, just create that edge. And that's pretty much all we're going to see. I mean, we're not even really seeing that, but, you know, it might as well do it. So that way, again, if we want to change, we're not going to change the camera angle by much, but if we wanted to, that gives us the opportunity to do so. I like that. The internal bearings of it. How do I feel about the lip here? I think we might want to puff this out a little bit, although I don't know. It's kind of nice that it flares. I might want this crease to be a little bit stronger on the inside, though. So let's go ahead and just do that. Doesn't hurt us to do that. Nice. Okay, that works pretty well. Yeah, and then I mean, honestly, we're probably going to go back to the torso and fix up some of that stuff as well. I already like the position of the arm over here. Let's just see what this looks like in render view. The arms are just feeling a little blank because we didn't do too much shading on them yet. But we can do all of our texture paint now to kind of do that. Do you see how that creates that like sleeve feeling there? I'm going to want to do that here on the bottom of the wrist as well, because right now that kind of just leads into that wrist socket that rotates there. And we want it to feel more mechanical in nature. So I might want to grab this arm now, and then let's go into sculpt mode on that. Again, we'll just swap this to solid view so that way we could kind of see what we're doing here. Where'd my mouse go? Oh, there it is. And just want to create kind of like this sharp outline around this, which we could do again just with like our sharp drawing tools. Just paint that out. I really wish I've seen all these ZBrush videos of these insanely good artists that work on like at Mattel and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that's I've always found impressing. Like, and then they'll do like live streams and show you how they create it, like the different toys that they'll make for like Star Wars or whatever. I find that stuff so impressive. Just mostly because this is the area of kind of like visual effects that I don't do terribly that much of. And I always find it very exciting to see other people tackle it, because it's just one of those things. I'm just like fumbling through a lot of this, but the amount of detail and precision that they have on those characters that they create is absolutely insane. Which one day I kind of like, because I do a lot of CG visual effects, and one of the things that I always wanted to get into was 3D printing the characters that I make. So I have this like werewolf that I did for my film last year that I directed, and I always kind of wanted to make like not really a toy, but like almost like a tabletop action figure type thing that I can have on my desk, because I feel like that's the thing. I have this he has all of my hats on it over there, but there's this plushie over there, and I got that from a job that I did on a few years back, and it was like an animated show where we created all these characters. And the thing is I think that it right there is when it becomes like real life, it's just so much cooler than just like the digital piece that you did. It like makes it real almost. And that right there, I don't know how to describe it. When you work on something for months and then it gets turned into like a real plushie, that was a moment. It's a moment indeed. So I'm kind of just bunching up this around the bottom of the wrist here to kind of create the idea that this like wrist socket is kind of like shoved into the clay or the material, because again, this is kind of like a puppet like thing. Might smooth this out a little bit more. And just a little bit on the inside of this wrist here as well, just to make it feel like it's more angled. Overall, I don't like how that wrist does that, but we can kind of reposition that a little bit, and that works pretty nicely for us. Okay. Back here to object mode. Save that. I mean, if we want to do any more work on making that exactly how we want it, I feel like we're going to have to add more vertices through our multi-resolution, which we could pretty easily. I mean, I just don't want to go too crazy if I can avoid it. I think this down here, I'm going to go into sculpt mode on it. I haven't done anything to this yet. It's literally just a cylinder, but we can certainly draw some different mechanisms that we want to have on it. That being said, though, I'm probably going to want to use a multi-resolution and simple subdivide it a few times. I'm going to keep the viewport the same. But yeah, now this will give us the ability to kind of do some sculpting work here. Go back to object mode. We're only kind of seeing the front here, so let's just shade that smooth real quick. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna do another multi-res. If we just subdivide it, my concern is I think we need to add in some edge loops that are just going to make the top and bottom sharper. Oh my god. Sometimes this multi-res thing is a mystery to me. Is it because I'm changing the topology after the fact? That's probably what it is. But yeah, now that we have that in there, I'm just going to go to sculpt mode and then paint in some mechanisms that we would have. Let's see what that might look like. Do maybe a few more subdivisions. Because that'll give us the ability to, you know, paint whatever we want. Although I'm probably going to have it go into it rather than have it sticking out. Okay. And let's see, we're going to do another one over here. I'm going to make it feel more, not organic, but very much like a bearing of some kind, which I know this is not a bearing, but I don't know the correct terminology. Just looking over here in reference as we're working on this. Kind of seeing what we're doing here. Yeah, I might smooth everything out a little bit. No, I like how sharp it is. The only other thing I might do is let's take this whole thing. I'm going to set that to 5 as well so we could really see what we're doing. Yeah, I like that. Let's shade that smooth. Might take this outside edge here. Let's subdivide this one more time. And let's just sharpen this section, which we could do with our pinch tool. We just want to sharpen the outside to make it feel like this is the edge of the wrist lock joint. It's probably not the correct terminology, but I don't know what is, and that sounded correct. Okay, that's pretty cool. And now all I need to do is, using the inflate tool, we can inflate the inside of this, I believe, upwards, right? Oh, that, wrong direction. It's a lot better. It's definitely what I want. I just need this, the wrist part of this to maybe be a little bit bigger. Okay, sweet. And that definitely creates that sharp edge that I really want it. Okay, awesome. So if we go back to object mode here, I'll scale this up slightly and center it as well. Nice, guys. What do you feel about that? I do think we're missing something on the elbow. There needs to be something, right? Like, I mean, the reference doesn't have an elbow joint, but Is our puppet walking around with arms like this? Yeah. He doesn't rotate his arms at all. It's just straight arms. Oh. I mean, yeah, I don't know if we need to do much on the hand here, but I'm gonna take our wrist joint that we did over here and just duplicate it. I don't want to redo my work. And we really don't have to do much on the arm over there. I'm inclined to not do any kind of like ball and socket joint on the elbow. That's what I'm inclined to do. Then for the legs, I mean, I think that's all good. And mostly I'm just not a fan of this leg here. Just wanted to widen it a little bit. I think that's... It just felt a little too close. I remember looking at it last week and I was just like, I don't know about that. I mean, I know the answer with our hair is to use the new hair particle system that they have in Blender, but I am not familiar with it whatsoever. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. This is what we have so far. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about that. I mean, the legs need quite a bit of work. I mean, nothing that doesn't have any paint done to it whatsoever. But I'm already feeling better with the face. The hair still doesn't work for me. I mean, it's not like looking at the reference image is going to give us much to go off of, because the reference image doesn't have hair, really. How about the rest of the environment? I mean, we're going to have to do kind of like this knitted pattern on everything else here. Where is... Oh, there it is. See if we can find some textures for do I not have... I forget what texture website I use. I actually have it in the description of my YouTube videos, so I'll just go there, because that's the textures that I generally use. Resources. Actually, it's not here. One of the ones that I normally would use is not here, but kind of want to find like a knitted texture pattern. So if I could do cloth, I got fabric here. This might work. I don't like the color of it. Well, obviously we're doing everything in black and white, so but we primarily just need to find something that kind of gives us this pattern. I like this one. I think this one works really well. We just need to make this one more extreme, because I think that's the only problem, is that it needs to be pretty extreme. But yeah, let's try, save this to our folder for today. Let's create a new VFX material folder. We can go ahead and drop that in there. And let's see, maybe this one. Oh, I really like this one. Again, not going for the color, but the texture itself of the knitted pattern is really what we're looking at here. And primarily I want to do that on this like cloth that we have on the bed. So we have two different cloths, whereas the reference image doesn't have two different cloths, but I did create like this sheet that goes over top of it, and we're going to need those to look very distinctly different, so that way it doesn't look messy. So let's do this first one. First. With this cloth materials or the actual object selected, let's add in a new material that we'll call a sheet. And let's see, let's go find our texture, our fabric. Our fabric pattern is what we're trying to find here. I just went to Texture Haven, by the way, is the website that I went to. And you can download these zip files like here. I can then take these zip files and extract them, and it'll give you a bunch of different materials that we can use and access these, and these are just free. So it'll give us a roughness and a normals and a color. Well, we're not going to want the color specifically, but these two textures will do us great. So let's go ahead and drag and drop them in. I guess you can only do one at a time, so let's just drag both those in individually. And with these, let's plug our roughness here directly into our roughness of our principled BSDF that we have. And already we're going to notice that we are getting a different amount of roughness on different areas. But unfortunately, if we just go view this directly, you'll notice immediately that our topology is really screwed up. But that's just because we made this from like a weird like export essentially. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go into edit mode here. I think one of our problems is that we're solidifying this after a multi-res, which is happening with our everything else. So let's just add in everything that we want. I'm going to apply our modifiers one by one. This is just going to make it a lot easier for us. So now when we go into edit mode, we actually see our vertices. If I select everything then, and then hit, let's just use Smart UV Unwrap. This should get us pretty close. Yeah. Now the scaling is just incorrect, but since everything has been applied in our modifiers, we don't have to worry about any weird warping with our UV projection. Now all we need to do is taking this fabric pattern, which we're not viewing this under the principled BSDF yet. We're just kind of viewing this texture here. We need to then add in our texture coordinates and mapping. Now I'm using Node Wrangler, so obviously I can just press Control T. You can go enable Node Wrangler inside of your preferences, and then it'll give you the ability just to, there's a lot of shortcuts like Control Shift, selecting things allows you to view specific materials really quickly. So if I just wanted to view this, I press Control Shift and click on it. And then Control T adds in your texture coordinates and your mapping. And now I like to add in an additional node called value. And if I plug value into our scale option here, it replaces all three of these values with a single number that we can easily adjust. And so number 1 is by default what those scales would be. So if I scale this by 2, you'll notice that our material gets a lot smaller. And actually, this is pretty much the exact scaling size we want. But what I really like about this is I can change everything really easy by dragging it. So that's a lot easier than trying to edit it individually on this texture map, because otherwise you have to put in like 2, 2, 2, and then that replaces everything. But if you just have this here, it allows you to adjust that number just by dragging it back and forth, and you can easily see it inside of your viewport over here whether or not you've got the correct value. So this is our roughness. Now we can plug our roughness directly into our roughness on our principled BSDF. Our mapping that we're using here, we are also going to want this plugged into the vector of our normals because it's going to be using the same mapping. Otherwise, if we don't have that, by the way, this is what it looks like before. This is what it looks like after. What we're doing is we're scaling inside of our shader over here, the scaling difference of our UV unwrap. Because when you use Smart UV Unwrap, it basically sets everything to a scale of 1, and you kind of fitting your whole texture over the course of the entire thing. I have found that doesn't quite work well sometimes. Sometimes the scaling's correct, but in our particular case, we're going to want the scaling to be a bit smaller, depending on the size of your scene and your size of your textures and what the UV unwrap is like. That's kind of depends on whether or not you're going to want to scale your stuff later. Now, granted, I could probably scale it inside of the actual UV editor window, but I find it a lot easier just to edit everything inside of my shader graph because I can see it in context of everything else that I want. And this texture coordinate is grabbing the UV option of this. However, I could probably do generated, and this will generate a mapping of our UVs rather than us actually using our UV unwrap itself. But yeah, so this is basically that. And now if we plug in that all into our principled BSDF, our roughness is currently adding in a specific amount of roughness to our sheet, which gives it kind of like this glossy material that's happening every now and then. And that's good, but we're actually going to want it to feel kind of displaced. So let's take our normals now and plug this into our normal input. But we obviously can't just drag this over to our normals because this is not correct data. This data right here is just an image, and it needs to be converted into normal space. So if I convert this using a normal map node and plug that into our color here, you'll notice that it translates it into what actual normal data is. And then we can plug this normal data into our principled BSDF and then view our principled BSDF again. And now we are actually getting normalized data. We can change the amount of strength that we want to have on this knitted pattern right here. And the larger this value is, the more extruded everything is. Now, one thing you'll notice is that it's still flat. It's not actually extruding it. And that's because inside of our actual settings over for our material, it is doing bump only for displacement, and we're going to want to do displacement and bump for everything. And then when we go back into our material over here, we can actually view our fabric material that we're adding in. We're going to use this into the displacement functionality of our actual node graph. Because right now we're only using normals, which is good for lighting, but it's not exactly great for the actual shading of everything and the topology of stuff. So I'm going to use our roughness material that we have here, and I'm going to plug in a color ramp so that way we can adjust the amount of displacement that we're actually going to be affecting, and just kind of create crunchier values. What I'm trying to do though is I'm going to tell the system what areas I want to go below the surface and what areas are going to be above the surface. Instead of this just being a flat plane here, I essentially want to tell the computer, hey, make this like actual topology work with it. And we have quite a bit of vertices, obviously, since we used some multi-res and subdivision earlier. But we can take this and plug this directly into our displacement. And when we view our principled BSDF, you'll notice everything goes haywire. And that's actually slightly to do with our contrast that we're doing. But unfortunately, it is extremely intensive on the displacement. So let's just use a math node. We're going to multiply this. If we multiply this by like a smaller value, we can control the amount of displacement we want. But the cool thing is, you'll notice is that we're actually getting those bumps now inside of our actual topology. And the more that we're actually multiplying this number, the higher those bumps are going to go within inside of our setup. Now I'm going to view our color ramp here real quickly, and we'll unplug our displacement so that way we're not going crazy on our system. But I'm going to try to make this a little less contrasty, or more contrasty. Let's see. If we do something like this and plug that into our displacement, it's only going to have like smaller sections that are being lifted up into the air. Obviously, the less contrast we have, the flatter everything kind of gets. I think something like that might even work. And then we multiply this against like 0.02. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make it feel more like cloth, where it's not flat, but it has kind of like this topology to it. And now if we go view our principled BSDF, you'll notice immediately we're kind of getting that topology that's going everywhere. The only thing that we're missing now, because obviously this feels more like the roughness that we would want to have on our effect. I'm probably going to lessen the amount of our normals over here. It feels pretty good, but the texture is still missing on it. So if we do grab our pattern that we have, our like actual fabric pattern, we can plug this directly into our base color that we have on our principled BSDF. But again, we're trying to make a black and white image, so we're going to want to adjust this before this goes directly in there. Because right now it's going to make everything red. Oh, and our scaling is incorrect. So let's plug this vector as well in. So that way it scales everything appropriately to the size that we need it to be. And then now, we can actually adjust our fabric pattern color here as well. So let's change our hue and saturation after the color here, and then change the saturation to a 0. And now we got ourselves a black and white kind of fabric that's sitting on top of everything. And it has like the nice little bumps that we would want to have inside of there. Let's see, let's multiply this a little bit more so that way we can get more of those bumps. Really like that. Now, if I go view our actual material here, I kind of want the, let's see, if we add more contrast to this, oof. Trying to see what that's really going to do for us. Okay, and now nice. Okay, that's feeling a little bit better. I do think the scaling could be a little smaller. Let's try 3. I do like that a bit better. And yeah, and now that feels more like a blanket that he's sitting on top of. And the only thing we could really do other than that is kind of add in some nice little fuzzies, which we could use with like a hair particle system. But this is a pretty simple setup here. And the real trick, honestly, is just changing this to displacement and bump rather than just having it be bump, because the displacement adds the 3D kind of realism to it. Oh, you said how to scan textures like clothes for Blender. Scan as in like using like a, you want to, how do you mean? As in scan textures? That's a good question. I didn't make these personally. I don't do too much texture building. The stuff I did do was the surface imperfections, which was a different process. I know that there are some AI stuff that's out there nowadays where you can actually import a photo texture and it will generate a roughness map, a displacement map, and like all of those things. I do know there are things like that. I have not messed around with them personally, so I couldn't tell you how effective they are. But I do know there are things like that that already exist. I don't know if that helps or not. But there we go. I think that's going to do it for our blanket that he's sitting on. And already, man, guys, I really like that. Just that little thing there already really helps it. Before we move on to any other textures, though, while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and select our blanket that we have here. And we're going to add in a little particle system with some hair. And we'll scale everything down here. Oh, no. 1,000 is probably fine. Let's go to solid view here. What we're going to want to do is we're going to scale the distance down, because we're just going to create these like tiny little like fuzzies that you get on like different types of cloth material. And I think that having that on top of it, it's going to be like that little icing on the cake here for what we're trying to accomplish. Let's see. We're going to edit some of our particle settings here to accomplish that. So first things first, we'll add in some interpolated hairs. I'm going to set this down to 10 because we don't want a lot of children or even hairs in general. I think I always like to set whatever the render amount and the display amount, I like to set those to the same number, because the thing is I don't like to later find out that the render just looks completely different than what I've been doing in my viewport this whole time. So I like to at least set it and then change the display amount later to a lower number if I want to. But in this particular phase, I like to really know what I'm doing. Let's change some of our settings here. So first things first, let's make this like curly hair. And it says, how do you delight a texture? Relight a texture or delight? What do you mean delight a texture? You asking how to relight a texture? Let's make this a little bit smaller now, the amplitude, and then I'm also probably going to change the frequency here as well. It's probably good, and then change the amplitude here. And then also change the scaling here. Like half the size, maybe. Let's see what that looks like. This is going to use whatever texture we already have on our system, which, of course, is just going to be using this sheet texture that we created. The only thing is these hairs are pretty large. I don't want them to be quite as large. We want them to be pretty subtle. So let's use, for the hair shape, I'm going to change the diameter here to a 0.01 or something quite a bit smaller. And the tip's fine at 0. Let's change the scaling here, the hair length to be a 0.1, a little bit longer. And then we're also going to add in a new material down here. Let's hit new. And change this to a principled hair BSDF. And now if I go over to my hair particle settings, let's go to render. And then change the sheet to a new material that we created, which we can actually name if we wanted to. Call this sheet fuzzy. And honestly, for the coloring of it, let's turn on preview real quick to see what this would look like. But we're going to want this to be pretty light. Just like white, fuzzy hairs. Remove shadows and highlights from a texture. Oh, that's a good question. Let's see. Well, if you took a picture and you're trying to relight the stuff, that's a lot of compositing tricks. So there are different ways you could do that. Relighting is pretty complicated. Kind of depends on what the element is that you took a photo of. But you can relight stuff just using shapes inside of a compositor and lifting that up. Also in like Photoshop or something like that, you can select a specific area and then change the gain of your object. That might be how I would accomplish it. It really kind of depends on what specifically you're trying to relight. If there is a specific thing, then just post it in the Discord. I'd love to help you out there. But it's hard to just give like a general answer because there's just so many different ways that you would try to accomplish something like that. Okay, now one thing we're going to notice is that we can't see our hairs, and that's because I believe our size of everything is too small. So our diameter root right now is 0.01. Let's change this to like a 0.05. Make this a bit thicker. So it was 1, I think, initially. Yeah, there the hairs are. And if I change this to a 0.1, there's the hair. And it's pretty small. Honestly, it might be okay. It's just a very subtle effect. I mean, you're really not going to see it all that much. Let's see, let's select our ground here, and let's set the display amount here to something like 100, 100. And where we're really going to see it is up against kind of like the area of which his hand is kind of like on the ground there, and then also between his legs. That's where we're mostly going to be seeing these hairs. I'm also going to adjust the shader of this. Let's change the roughness here to be... Yeah, I like that a lot better. For our segmentation, let's just make that a larger number. Maybe 20 was a bit high. Gain is equal to the highlights. Well, your gain is actually your overall. You have your lift gamma gain. I'm sorry, why did I say gain? Your gamma is kind of like the section that you're going to want to adjust, but it kind of depends. If it's your shadows, you can always lift your shadows of like a specific shape, and then that way you're lifting your shadows. You're just going to have to adjust kind of like the contrast of your toe to be a little bit lower to make sure that you're not raising your blacks too much, but it kind of really depends on what you're going for. Okay, what this really helps us with here, that I'd like to point out, is that it allows your character to feel like it's sitting in the cloth a little bit better, because it's adding in that little extra detail there. It's not something that we're going to really like focus on and see, but just adds in that little extra nice little material that we would want with this. So I'm going to save that, and let's go ahead and jump in. I'm actually going to turn off this on our display. There's no need to really showcase that, but let's go ahead and select our bed material now, and I'm thinking our sheet that we have here, if we do just select our sheet, let's use that as like our starting place. Obviously we're not going to want that for our actual material, but we're going to use this as our starting place. I'm going to duplicate our material here, and we'll call this bed or mattress. We'll call it mattress. And now, going into edit mode, let's do Smart UV project. And now, the color that we're plugging into our base color here, we're probably going to want the value here to be a little bit lighter than the rest. And I'm actually going to just use an overall color ramp. And if we go view this, kind of want our darker values to be a little bit lighter. Oops, sorry, opposite direction. We're going to want our darker values to be a little bit lighter by lifting this color value here. And then inside of our principled BSDF, you'll notice that this material now is a bit lighter than the bed. I just want it to feel like there's a separation between the two of them. Also thinking that let's keep that in there, but I'm going to multiply this by a smaller value. And then let's also change the scaling of this to be a little bit smaller. There we go. And now the bumps of everything feel a little different, and it's like the blanket on top should just feel like an altogether different material. While they live in the same universe, they are separate. Can you explain left gamma gain? I don't really understand them. I'll be honest, you should probably go watch like because I could give you like a rough idea of how lift gamma gain works, but there's a lot smarter people that can give you the actual like scientific breakdowns of how it all. I just know how I use them, and I know how to use them to get the image that I want. But there are actual like areas in which you want to use that. But your lift gamma gain, essentially, if you're going to break it down, is the different quadrants of your image. So your lift is mostly covering like the lower levels of your image, where it's a lot darker. And then your gamma is going to be covering like the mid-range values of your image and the brightness there. And then your gain is going to be covering kind of like the highlights of your image. So if you wanted to have all of your shadows kind of blue, which they always say like a lot of blockbuster films are like blue shadows and like a kind of like orangey highlights, you can adjust those just inside of your lift and your gain. Whereas your gamma can kind of like overall change like the value of where you want your image to live. But yeah, it kind of depends on what you're trying to accomplish and what you would use for those different areas. Um, but now with our mattress material here, we can actually probably select this over here, our pillow, and then we can add that to our mattress texture. And again, just select everything, Smart UV Unwrap. We could probably have done this using Generated also if we wanted to. The other thing I might want to do, let's try this. So if I select this, we have our other texture. Let's just see what our other texture looks like. Our book pattern. So we have our color, our displacement, our normals. Let's duplicate this material and we will call this our pillow. And inside of our pillow, we're going to want to change out our textures that we already have in here to these guys. So I'm going to plug our color in down there, our displacement, just drag that over there. Our roughness, drag that up here, and our normals, just drag that over here. And again, we're probably, I mean, we could have probably started from scratch, but let's plug this new roughness directly into there. And then also our roughness can go into our color ramp that's going all the way over into our displacement. Although this time we actually do have a displacement value, so let's just replace this value with that. Delete our color ramp. And then our color can plug into our desaturation node that we're having. Of course, all of these vectors need to get plugged in as well. And then, of course, our book pattern here can get plugged into our normals. And this, of course, gets plugged into our mapping node. And I should have updated our entire material over here to like this new kind of texture that we have. Let's see what scaling of 1 looks like on this. This is probably closer to what we want. Just go look at it. Yeah, so what we're doing here is I feel like this is a bit dark for what we want. So we can change the value to be quite a bit brighter for our image. Want almost like a white pillow. Let's see, we can do that by lifting like the darker gray section of this. And then let's get everything plugged into this normal map. And then the only other thing is our actual texture that we have for this. Let's go to our settings, and then, yeah, this says displacement and bump. So we should be good there. The only thing then is if we multiply this by a larger number, then this should give us a little bit more of some bumps that we can work with. Don't want to lose our actual lining around the pillow. 0.01 is probably fine. I don't need anything crazy for this pillow. And honestly, just the same texture goes on the lining around this. Yeah, it's fine. I like that. So now we'll select our pillow back here and we'll just do the same thing. Pillow. And then we'll select the lining again, which is its own separate object. Why can I not select it? There it is. I was like trying to select it like for 2 minutes there and it wasn't working. Let's go back to rendered, see what that looks like. Make sure to hit the save button. It never hurts to hit the save button. But yeah, that's what we're getting for that pillow back there. I might want to, because on this particular pillow, I haven't UV unwrapped it, so smart UV unwrap. That way everything doesn't look distorted. All of the... That looks a lot better like that, yeah. It's just so much in the background back there that we're barely seeing it, but I also kind of feel like I like this pillow, but I think there needs to be another pillow over here. Oh my god. So we go to like top view, we could just duplicate this pillow. Something like that. I'm okay with seeing some wall there. It's just the, I think that looks a lot better now. It just feels not so empty. And then overall, I mean, we're going to want to add in some shading for this bed down here, which we don't really see in this other photo, like the original reference photos. So it's not like I have anything to base this off of. Do want for this hair up here, let's make some adjustments. We're going to add in a new material that we can call, that will be a principled hair BSDF. We're going to call this hair. And this said hair, I kind of don't need, let's turn the saturation off so at least it's gray. And let's go to our actual hair settings on this guy and change our render option to our hair that we just created. And that should be correct now. But, oh, our render amount should be the same as our display amount. And our size of said hair needs to be smaller, so not that guy, but the actual scaling of it. Also, segmentations, is that like how jaggedy the hair is? I don't know, but it looks okay to me there. Or is it this? This is the B-spline. Well, I don't know. The diameter, though, is like 1 meter, which is massive. Isn't that huge? Like, why is that the default blender option for the hair? Change that to like a 0.1. Or like a 0.01? Are we even editing the correct hair? We are not. There are 2 hairs. What is this second hair? Number of hairs 2. I don't even know what those 2 hairs are. Number of hairs 5. Okay, let's try this. So 15. Nope, that's not what we want. We'll go back to 5. Although, hey, I mean, hey, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, there we go. Let's swap that to hair. Forgot I had 2 different hair particles set up for this. I think the B-spline is the thing that is the jaggediness, like how many vertices there are, essentially, on the hair itself. And then the amount of the size here, again, we'll need to change this to like a 0.1. Oh, that's way too small. Although it actually is kind of creepy, I'm not going to lie. I mean, you guys probably can't see that too well. But, is that what we want? Is that what we want? We want to go like that with the hair? Probably half that. Oh, that's feeling a lot better. I can already feel it, guys. Let's make the hair a little bit darker, though. And And I mean, we can make it darker, but also have like random roughness. That way some of the hairs are actually darker than other hairs. And that scaling already feels a little bit better. Also thinking maybe, I mean, we don't have that many hairs on this, but we could have a lot more hairs, right? 1,000 hairs. It's way too much. It's also way too uniform. Like, his hair is way too uniform. Just keep having this until I get to what I want. I still feel like all of these options is too much, even if I wanted to. Like 5 was like the perfect number. Because he's not supposed to have like a crap ton of hairs, but I do feel like maybe having a little bit more would be nicer. Oh, this is also supposed to be a particle sim. Let's make this 100. Let's see what 100 looks like after it simulates. And we're going to turn this off of render views. That way I don't kill my computer. Turns out live streaming and trying to do all of this stuff is not that great of an idea. See. Before it starts to clip, I think right there looks pretty cool. Let's see what that looks like. It looks so different just because of the hair. That's funny. I mean, I don't dislike it also because it does look like he just woke up. What do you guys think? Just kind of lightening the gray a little bit. I don't dislike it. I think I do like that. It does feel like he just kind of like woke up and is sitting in the bed, which is pretty cool. What do you guys think though? As far as like more hairs or less hairs. I mean, our reference didn't have any hairs, but I think this humanizes it a little bit more. Which I think I like. We do have that much hair. I feel like we're gonna need some more light that's gonna hit that. Specifically this up here. Let's duplicate this and just kind of rotate that around a little bit. Just kind of lighting that up just a smidge. Make it a little bit brighter even. I don't really care. The main thing that we can edit here though is that it's using this character as its light link, whereas maybe I only want the head and hair to be lit up. So if I select just the head, which I need to select the light actually. Actually, which one is the head? That's the head. Head. So that way I know which one's which. Select the area light, and if I select our head and drag that in, now I can light only the head and not the body because I want this to be a little bit darker there, but I do want the hair to be lit up by this light. So now what's really cool is that this light will only affect the areas in which are inside of my thing, which again are only the head because I just dragged in the head. But now I can make this super bright and only be affecting the head area and not be affecting everything else. And this will allow me to light up just that section there and have like that fine tuning that we so desire inside of our renders. With our hair particles, though, let's see. I'm gonna change the scaling probably again. Let's change. So our curl's fine. I think that's okay. It's mostly the overall scaling, so it's like 0.5 right now. I think 0.25. I think 0.25 is better for me. And then yeah, let's go back and cache this again. While it's caching, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. I gotta figure out which frame I liked again. I think it was frame 13 or something like that. Frame 15 looks pretty nice. Okay. Let's go to render view here. See what that looks like. Oh, goodness. Honestly, I don't dislike it. I like that. Can we cache this? Let's see. Let's go to our cache options real quick, so that way I don't have to cache this every single time. Let's do cache, and then let's do external on our cache. And how do I save my cache? Let's put this into a location. And that should just work. I mean, that's our cache. I just needed to save that because I don't want to redo this every single time. But, what do you guys think of that? Oops. This is, with kind of thinner hair. I'm gonna save that. Let's make some texture adjustments on the arm over here, because, you know, we started doing the sculpting earlier on that, but we never actually went back and did anything. But yeah, so I think that I like that. I like that for the hair. I think that works really nicely. I wish I could just apply it so that way I don't have to deal with slow render times and all that crap every single time I want to do this. But let's get some stone textures for the bed. Thinking let's just finish texturing all of that stuff, and that way I could change that back a little bit later. Hey, how's it? Welcome into the chat. Ariznarab? Ariznarab? Sorry if I butchered your name there. We are currently working on this particular shot. I've already shaded a good amount of things. The arm I still need to work on. The leg here, we sculpted this as well already. We did some hair work here already. But, you know, now we're just finishing up some texturing and stuff like that. So, probably going to do the bed next. I was thinking of like a stone material for the bed all the way around here. And then this back here will probably be another stone material as well. And then from there, I mean, might make some adjustments to lighting depending on how the shading works. But that's currently what we're working on. I kind of like, we'll do this for the, I think we could do this for like the background wall that we don't see. Maybe even this. And then do like a smoother stone as if it's like cut out. I really like this one, but we don't have that material. That's early access only. Let's go and download this material. I'll save this to our folder. And I like this. We'll go with this one. It's pretty close to what we want. So plastered stone wall. So the plastered stone wall is going to be our bed down here. So with that selected, let's make some adjustments here. We're going to add in a new material to our bed that we have. And we'll call this... I'm running out of names here. So we'll just call this bed. Okay. And this bed texture down there, we will import all of our shader materials for. So let's import all this stuff. 7-zip, extract it. So that way we can start making some work on this. The problem, again, we're doing this in black and white, so we're going to want to change this material here. If we just drag this over into our base texture, it's going to have a color associated with it, a slight color. It's like green, I think, that we'll need to change. So we've got some displacements, our normals, and our roughness. Let's drag all of these things in here. For our head, though, for right now, I'm just going to turn off the view displays on the hair. That way I don't have to worry about it, because that's slowing down our whole system right now, and I don't want to have to worry about that, especially since that's not even what we're working on right now. So our wall texture, or the bed texture that we have down here, the first thing we'll notice, of course, is that nothing lines up. So let's go ahead and just drop in some new mapping nodes that we can just see what the scaling looks like on all of this. Probably going to want this to be contrast here to what it currently is at, just to see what's going on here. And honestly, 4 is pretty close to what we want. I might use a smart UV project here. That looks pretty close to what we want. And then we just plug this roughness into the roughness of our principled BSDF. And I'm going to use the same vectors for all of our materials here, because we're scaling everything by 4. And then finally, this is also going to go to our displacement all the way down there, which we're just going to use a math node to multiply against to get this material all the way here. Now, against our reference, though, I do want this to be a little bit lighter, so we'll make that adjustment here. Because we also have to change the saturation to be 0 for our bed because we want it to be black and white. And we can also lift this up by whatever value we see fit. I don't want it to get too lost between our sheets and our bed cover, so it does need to be darker than it, but by how much is the question. Probably 3, because that actually looks really sweet. Now the only thing is, I don't know. Let's mess around with this. If we have it be less rough, so if we just go look at our roughness here, we can actually increase the contrast like we did earlier to be something like this. This might actually look pretty nice for our scene. And then I'm going to do that same material over here on the other part of the bed, because this is going to go all the way around. And yeah, if I go to edit mode here, we're just going to select everything and then say Smart UV Unwrap. Now, this is where we're going to see whether or not... And actually, I like that. Again, over here. Select everything, Smart UV Unwrap. It's pretty subtle. It's pretty subtle indeed, which works pretty nicely because it actually makes our character stand out a little bit more. I might want this back piece here specifically to be a little bit lighter. So let's duplicate our current bed texture that we have, and we'll call this backboard. And on our backboard, we'll change the value of this to be like a 6 or something. That's what we were doing earlier to lighten it up. Try 12. It's even lighter. And that's pretty nice. I'm going to do that here as well. We'll select our backboard. And that way these pieces here are going to be lighter than this piece here. Let's split the difference on this. So I'm going to call this backboard 2. Sure, doesn't matter. I'm going to half this. So that way this is lighter here, but not as light as that. And that's mostly just because of how our lights are hitting it. I just want this edge right here to stand out a little bit more on our overall scheme of our image. Because right now, that feels a lot better. What do you guys think? How's it looking? How's it looking? I mean, the only other thing is... I do like this pillow here. I might want to duplicate this pillow and then place it. Maybe. I don't know. We have to shade these guys down here, though. That's a certainty. I might find another material. Let's find some metal material for these little stands down here on the ground. Oh, thank you, Keysign. Appreciate that. It's getting there. Well, this is without the hair, of course, right now, but... Oh, I love these stylized renders. I feel like there's a lot less stress to make it look real, and you can just focus on kind of what you want it to look like. Because a lot of the times with trying to do the realistic renders, while they're a fun educational experiment, they're a lot more technical and require you to really be dialed in to make sure that it looks perfect. What are we thinking for? Like this maybe on the bottom? Maybe this? I think this just gives us, it'll make it look dirty, which just is like an easy thing to kind of make it look more realistic. So if I add a new material here and we call this, or legs, bed legs. Call it bed legs. And let's go to the textures here, and we're just going to add in all of these images. And honestly, I want to focus more on them so that way I really know. Yeah, that's correct. We don't even need to do anything to the scaling or anything on that. Let's plug the roughness in, of course. And finally, let's plug the normals in, but we're going to need to import a normal map with it. And we could probably get away with not doing anything with the displacement, but let's just plug that in. And of course, we're going to want to remove our saturation. And that's so far out of the way, we really don't see it, but having that kind of like dirty material on there is pretty nice because it just adds to the realism on it, and that way we don't otherwise we could paint like we did with the our actual main character here. We could paint all of the edges here to have like a material on them, though we might actually want to do that here on this bed. I think that's the thing that's missing, is it feels just kind of like a texture that's just thrown on it, and that can look pretty cheesy, so or cheap anyways. So if we want to add like a little extra nice realism to it, we can do that. And now for the very background here, we're gonna have a rock wall texture. And we used plastered earlier, but we're going to be using the other texture that we downloaded. So not plaster stone, but this lichen rock. And we can import the color, do the displacement as well. Our normals, and then finally the roughness. I think just looking at the roughness, let's just see how screwed up our background is. Obviously, we're going to want to unwrap it, so let's do smart UV projection. And let's find the appropriate scaling, because right now this doesn't look like it's working for me. So we use a value and plug that into our scale. Now if I change our scale here to be something larger, it's going to change the amount that we're seeing this texture. Probably something around a 5.3. And yeah, let's keep this color ramp on there. It might not hurt us to have that on our roughness. Let's use this same vectors for all of these materials. And that's pretty dark back there. It's okay. We can change our value here to be way lighter. Holy cow. Be quite light. Don't want it to fall away to be too dark. I don't know why this side is not being lit up. That's very interesting. Yeah, it's not using light linking whatsoever. Let's add in a new light. Let's see, a point light. Am I doing anything? Is it a normals issue? Might be a normals issue, I suppose. Oh, that's right. That would make sense. Let's add in a normal map. Let's keep that in there. And then we're going to add in a normal map. And this new light that we added in, where's that at? It's this guy? And then our brightness over here, that's crazy. We'll lower that now to a reasonable number. $20's not bad. It's just feeling very busy, and I don't want it to feel too busy. The other thing that we're going to really need to see is how the hair looks against all of that, because I think this is all reading pretty okay. It's the hair that might be a little, because the hair is darker. And if the hair is too dark, then I don't know if that'll fall out too quickly or not. Let's go ahead and hit the save button there. Let's turn the hair on just to see what it looks like. Yeah, it doesn't get hidden too much. I don't think that gets hidden too much. I mean, their background's a little more out of focus than mine is, but that's okay. Okay. The ground, though, here, let's select the same rock wall texture. I might duplicate it and call this rock floor. And let's change this value to like a 1. That's going to change. It's interesting. You can see how much it changes the light on our actual character here by changing the ground color, because that's how much the light bouncing off the ground coming up on our character really affects everything. Which that's okay, because we can always adjust any lighting if necessary. I am thinking, I don't know, it's currently like a square photo here. Let's go ahead and save that. I almost want to see like a lamp over here or something like that. Something to justify our lighting. But maybe it's good that we don't see it, but that we have just the presence of a light just off camera. So if we add in like this point light here, this is basically going to be lighting up the environment from that side. So if we delete that, you can kind of see what it's doing. just adding in like a tone of red might be interesting. Is that everything is so black and white, and then having in just a little bit of color that kind of lights up the scene in a very intriguing way. Maybe not red, maybe something that's just cooler, like blue. Or does that take away from our black and white photo that we had before? Also kind of want it to be taller, I don't know. It's not like you can scale this point light up, but I kind of want it to be a little bit more of a beam. If we did have something, it would be like, let's scale this down here. And if we add in a new emission shader, we can emit like a red light as like a off-screen kind of light. That is more vertical. I don't know. I don't know that adding in some color is really what I want to do. Let's see. Let's do... Just trying to play with some different ideas here. I do like the idea of having something here to light up this corner as if there is a lamp just off camera. We just won't make that. We just won't make that a color. Throw that under lighting here. Maybe throw all of our area lights under lighting. Go ahead and save that. Okay. I don't know what else other than going into doing some more texture painting work on the character here. But I don't know what else with the environment that I would really want. We can always, of course, take, you know, these one of these pillows here and then just duplicate him like so. Do you think that kind of takes away from that area? Yeah, I'm not a fan. Let's take that out. And then for our eyes here, I think currently the roughness is pretty high. We can always make the roughness less, and so that way they're a little bit more reflective. And that's kind of interesting, actually. I go to light linking specifically for these eyes here, and then I say, let's see, light linking, that's shadow linking. We can create kind of like this area light. That's in front here. And you see how that creates kind of like this square light that is in front of the face. What I want to do is actually make kind of like those circular kind of like highlights that you would have inside of your eye. And if we select, instead of square, we can actually make this a disc. And then that will create kind of like these circles that's on the actual character here. If I scale this in, and let's just scale these guys down. I'm going to make the actual power of these like way less. But essentially what I want to do is scale this up maybe. Just get the size to be roughly correct. And I want to do just the left eye here. And then with our eyeballs, if I go select those guys again, we could do light linking specifically to only have this light within inside of that light linking. So this new area light that we just created, it's area 003. If we create like a new collection, we can say eye lights. And I'm just going to drag this guy into there. And then if I go to my light linking options, I'm going to scroll to that real quick, and then we'll scroll down to highlights. If I drag that in there, then it's actually going to use the highlights here as my like reflective kind of lighting channel. Now I think I can also say ignore specific collections, so light group. I think I can do that, because what I want to do is ignore this light up here, which again, I guess I can also figure out which light that is. I'm pretty sure it's this one here, and I can go to my viewport or shadings, visibility settings, and then I can say, hey, don't make that a glossy light. And so now I'm not getting kind of like that box there. And so now I'm only going to get these lights that are in front of the face. So I'm going to kind of scale this and move it over, so that way I'm creating kind of like these small highlights that you would get on like kind of like anime characters or something like that. Which, interestingly, so this one's going to reflect both. I'm going to get this a little bit closer here. We're just going to turn off diffuse for this. The whole point of this is just to create like this highlight. Let's change the intensity of this. I don't know if I'm a fan of this or not. What do you guys think? It's an interesting test. Can I change the blurriness of this, or? It's like, and then this one also needs to get moved over as well to something like that. And then we swap that to like 90. But I'm gonna change the visibility on this for it to not be diffuse, so that way it's only sending the highlight, which is the glossy kind of effect that it would have. It looks strange. I don't think I like it. I will say we either need this to be brighter on this side or... Well, that's what we need. So let's duplicate this light here, and we're just going to orient this to be correct. And then let's change the wattage here to be a lot smaller. Whoops. A lot smaller. And then, of course, in our actual light linking settings here, let's say new. I'm going to go grab our character's head and just, that's the only thing that it's going to be really lighting, because I want to make sure that that is the part that is brighter. We might want the torso as well, so we can select this and call it torso, just that way we know which one we're adjusting here. But then inside of our light linking settings here, let's add torso, and that way this whole part of his body is kind of be lighting up. I don't need the arms to really be that much brighter, but I'm okay with this being in shadow here, but I want this to be a little bit brighter here to stand out a little bit more. And I think that's gonna do it for that. For the actual shading though, we've been avoiding this, guys. We've been avoiding this. Let's go add a new material. Call it arm. We're just gonna actually, let's see what we have going on here. Let's apply our multi-res that we have already, and let's join these arms together. I couldn't tell you why this is all the way back here. That's what just actually happened. Oh, gotcha. I think I know what happened. Before we join this stuff, this needs to be, let's clear the parent. Oops. Let's clear the parent, keep the transform. That's what we want to do for both of our wrists that we created. So now if we join this stuff together, we should totally be fine. Yeah. Which we have our new arm material that we just added in. And our arm material can just be a copy of probably what our torso is. So if I select our torso as our material here, this is going to be for our arm. And then all we need to do then is duplicate this, and then we'll call this arm, which we already have an arm, unfortunately, because we did it before we were supposed to. But I'm not gonna lie, it kind of creates these cool lines that I like. Don't dislike that. It doesn't do it for the other side, though. That's the problem. Let's select everything here. I'm going to select this arm here, and if we go to our UV editor, we just grab everything and move it over. Just want to kind of create the same happy accident that we already had. So many vertices though, it's just crazy. Actually, let's, I think I know what the issue is here. Let's just, move that over like so. And then inside of this arm here, I need to assign this, because I don't think it was assigned the material. only thing is, on top of all of this, we're going to need to do the texture painting. So I'm actually going to add in a modifier, and we'll call this like a decimate. If we decimate this to like 0.1, let's see what that does for us. This will make it a little bit lighter inside of our viewport, which will allow us to do all of our texture painting on top of it. And hopefully it doesn't crash our computer before any of that happens. Fingers crossed. And it didn't. Which is fantastic. So now that we have this decimate here, we can turn it off for our render, but we can keep it on for our viewport. The thing we're really going to want to do now, though, is under our shader editor. We have our arm selected here. We're going to want to add in a new texture paint option. And we can do that by just going over to the texture paint tab, and then we're going to add in a new material that we will add into our shader editor. And this new material we're actually going to paint specifically for this arm, or these arms. Wow, this is crashing on me. There we go. Now inside of our torso, instead of torso here, we're going to say image new, and then we're going to call this arms, new image. And honestly, probably should have made it start out white, but you can do the same thing by just using the paint bucket here, and then just paint everything to be white. But we'll say image, save as image arms.png is totally fine. So now if we go back to our layout option, just jumping back and forth here. Which maybe instead of this, I should have just opened up shader editor here because this is taking a minute. My computer's working overtime right now. Now, if I add in an image texture, I can select our arm texture that we just created. So just say arms, and then if we go view that, we can actually view what that output's going to be. And so back inside of texture paint now, everything's going to be white on the arms, and we can paint specifically the areas in which we want to have kind of like that rusty, kind of like dirty texture that our arms will inherit. So back over to texture paint. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. There we go. And now when we're here, we'll see that our arms are back to just being purely white. And we can go to our texture mask option, and we can select our texture that we already have. Now I imported this last time. This is from our surface imperfections pack that I created. If you would like the same surface imperfections pack, you can actually get it very inexpensively if you guys join the Patreon. And you also get all the project files that we create for these live streams as well. The link for that is in the description. So if you guys join the Patreon, you get our weekly files that we create for every single live stream. And you'll also get all the digital assets that I create, such as this these surface imperfections packs and so on. But all we have to do now, though, is with this texture mask selected, we will then paint the areas in which we want to have darker. So let's see, that should be good. I'm going to go to the material view, I think, probably to paint this on. Right? Oh, it's loading. Should be able to just paint that. Maybe not. Let's go to our UV editor And oh, because I didn't UV unwrap these. That's rough. Okay, well, looks like we're gonna probably have to do that. Let's get out of texture paint mode here. We'll just go to object mode. We are under the struggle bus of render times right now. Oh, is it because the hair is turned on? That's why it's taking so long to load everything. We'll turn the hair off here in a second. That'll fix our problem that we are having of everything freezing. Or at least should fix part of the problem. Okay. Now let's go to solid view here. Yeah, it's loading a lot quicker now. And if we open this up, and I'm just going to select everything here, and we'll hit Smart UV Project. And this is going to unwrap everything on our texture plane over here, which will allow us to paint everything how we want it to be painted. This is still taking a minute, but that's mostly because of how many vertices and height topology this is. I am decimating it though inside of our object view, so that way at least inside of our regular viewport when we're not in edit mode, it should load everything pretty quickly. It just takes a minute to be able to do that. Yeah, that's all good to go. So now, with our new arms material that we have here, let's go over with our texture paint mode. I'm going to swap this over to texture paint. And let's select our arms. And with our paint tool, we should just be able to paint the area in which we want. Let's go to tools here. Go to render, I suppose. I'm not sure why I'm not getting updates right now. Now if we go to texture paint. Loading, loading, loading. Lots of loading. There we go. And over here, this needs to be texture painted as well, I think. Well, image editor. There we go. So now I should be able to paint on here. Why is that not? It's painting behind. Yeah, that's not ideal. Let's go back to layout, I suppose. This is... I might be because my transforms aren't applied. Gonna try to apply everything here and see how this works. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. We didn't break anything yet, so that's good. Cool. Swap back to texture paint. keep going back and forth here. I probably could have applied that over in the texture paint area, but might, because this like highlight is happening here on the wall, I might need to adjust the specularity on that surface. But we'll get to that there in a moment. So that's just painting it on the other side. I'm not quite sure why. On this side it actually paints it correctly, so cool. Let's just paint this side then. That's cool. And this is all our arms. Really, when I'm painting, it should paint. It should just work. Okay. There's something wrong with my UV editor or something like that. So let's see. Let's load their shader editor now and find this arms photo here. And that's using our UV editor, which is great. Swap that to object mode real quick instead of texture paint mode. Could be because my UVs are screwed up. I don't see how they could be screwed up. So I have to go back to object mode here, and then with my arm selected, go to edit mode. Select everything. See, I can't really see anything right now. Select everything, and then we're going to use Smart UV Unwrap. Okay, that did change the scaling over here. I'm hoping that actually fixed our problem, because I'm thinking that maybe we didn't have everything selected. Let's go back to texture paint mode, and then I'll have to do the same thing over here. Instead of a shader editor, we'll go back to object view, which is where we're going to do our texture painting. And then hopefully that'll fix our problem. To 3D viewport, and then with everything, just fill everything with white. Can I not do that? Just get rid of our texture mask real quick, and then kind of paint everything white. Then on our texture mask, let's go ahead and save this real quick. Yeah, it's still screwed up. What's going on here, guys? This is really broken. I think my UVs are messed up or something. But it really shouldn't make a difference, because like where I'm painting it on here should just correlate to what is over there. That's what's confusing me here. I already applied all my transforms that I thought was going to be the solving issue. This wouldn't be a huge problem if it didn't take 5 minutes every single time I needed to swap back and forth. Is the decimate the issue? I don't think that makes any sense. Let's do cube projection. Oh, wow. Nope. Let's do follow active quads. Well, one of the problems could be that our image texture here is only 1080 by 1080 or something like that. So what we could do is we could call this arms v2 and do 4096 by 4096, because it's very possible that the UV is expecting that. And now if I do a smart UV project, I want it to fit with inside of our thing. So I swap that to 3D viewport now. We swap this to our shader editor. Let's load our arms v2. Save. And now over here under our texture paint option, let's go to image editor as well. Should have an arms v2. And then now, if I paint on, does that fix our problem? No. Well, I am confounded as to what the issue is here. I already applied all my transforms, so that should have solved our issue. I mean, we can always paint directly on this window over here. It's just less fun. We can always just go into here and paint like this. And then that should just show up on our actual thing. If I swap this over to texture paint. It's so weird, dude, that it's having that glitchy problem. It's also like not consistent. Is the Okay, I guess we have to try some different things to solve this issue. Welcome to the life of just, like, problem solving. That's all we do around here. Okay. Um, so the UV unwrap being strange could be the issue. I don't know. I didn't have this problem with the body for sure. I think I'm having this problem because these arms are the same. They should be separate objects, but they're not. I think that might be what the issue is. Which is possible. I guess I could, make this its own separate object. And then apply all transforms again. And then we just smart UV project it. And then now, I mean, I'm wondering if when I go to my texture paint option, if that will work. Well, now it's not playing back at full speed, so there's that. I need the decimate option to be turned on because otherwise it just doesn't quite play back. Gosh darn it. It's still doing that. Does it have to do with this decimate? Let's just apply the decimate. I don't care anymore. Let's apply the decimate. I don't understand why it's painting on the other side. That doesn't make any sense. It's supposed to paint on the side that you see it. Is it not? Is that not how the freaking paint tool works? Okay. Guess we're about to do some Googling here, guys. I'm gonna search, let's see, Blender texture paint, not painting where brushes. Blender texture paint, well yeah, that's from like 10 years ago, so that's probably not up to date. Help texture painting not working, thank you. Blending, I'm gonna basic UV unwrap it. It's all on texture painting and it worked fine, but when about halfway through it just stopped letting me paint in 3D view window, but I can still paint in the UV image editor. Searching around for 40 minutes. I mean, potentially one of the issues is that let's see. I mean, no one here said texture paint not showing. Isn't working as it should. The thing you described sounds like UV issues. Take your model into edit mode, select everything, press U, and then hit Smart UV Unwrap. Did that. It may not be the best unwrap method, but it at least allows you to paint. I've compiled some other textures. Yeah. My concern is that it's... I mean, maybe this is a problem that's being left over from... Okay, now this is frozen. Fantastic. I'm thinking that maybe this is a problem left over from the... Well, this is going to be fun. You could basically just delete this whole thing. Because right now, it's basically me just getting irritated that Blender has this weird, seemingly bug inside of their software. Okay, so I'm basically just going to create a new material, and let's see if this fixes our problem. If I create a new material and then I swap this back to 3D viewport, I should, hopefully... No, it just paints it on the other freaking side again. I'm going to project it from view. I'm louder in your left ear than your right ear. That's an interesting question. I'll have to figure that out later. So even when I project from view, it still doesn't let me paint exactly where I want to. Project from view bounds. Possible that maybe I have multiple UVs and it's like accessing the wrong UV. Hey, there we go. So now if I just want to paint this section, oh my god, guys, what is wrong with this, dude? This is so frustrating. I've been stuck on this for 45 minutes, guys. 45 minutes of me just like freaking UV unwrapping over and over and over again. What? This is the simplest thing, dude. This is the simplest thing. I honestly don't understand why it's not letting me just freaking do this. This doesn't make any sense. There's no modifiers. I applied all transforms. I applied everything. Everything's applied. Like, literally everything's applied. What is going on right now? Tried multiple different UV unwraps. This should just work. Like, there's no reason this should not work. UV. And like now my topology looks like shit because I basically applied my decimate. Which I don't care what my topology looks like, I just want to paint on the damn thing. UV map. Yes, this is my main UV map. I just want my main UV map to allow me to paint on it. And you're currently not letting me do that, so why? Just keeps applying it like around on the other side. I mean, here's what we could also test is the normals flipped on this, which I didn't think that would matter. I didn't think that would matter. Face orientation. Technically, is red on the inside or outside? Okay, maybe that was the problem. So the normals, I thought applying all transforms would have fixed that. So that might solve our issue. Back to here. Smart UV project. Do it again. Fantastic. Swap this over to texture paint. Yes! Normals. Normals, guys. The normals were the problem. Wow, that took me way too long. I apologize. We're back at it. Okay, so now all we have to do with our take two. Boom. Now all we have to do is select our texture mask, and I'm going to select that here. And we can go ahead and paint in on these arms, the areas in which we want it to have that material. So we already have our arms texture loaded in. So now we just have to paint on in the areas in which we want this kind of texture to happen. I've also got random and rake selected, so that'll allow us to not feel like it's a repeating material too much. We're just going to go around and kind of paint on this lip area. And it's okay if there's mistakes here because that'll make it feel more realistic and natural. Thinking should be good. Just trying to make sure that this center section here is definitely darker. And let's load in these kind of like crack crevices as well. Okay, I like that. And then overall, we'll just follow some of these bumps that we have in here as well. I'm thinking, let's see. We've got this texture. Let's load in another texture as well. We could do this by just like creating another texture material here. Hit open. I have all of these surface imperfections, as I mentioned earlier. And we'll just find one that I think works pretty well for us. Might be... do something like this stain, I think. Either that or... yeah, I think this might work. So let's grab this stain material and back over here. One thing you always have to watch out for is every time you load in a new texture, it also loads it into this texture slot here, which is not what we want. We only want it to be under texture mask. And then now we can actually select our new texture that we added. We just drag that over here. Now I'm going to be painting in some of this kind of material, so let's add a lighter gray, you know, as we're working on this. And essentially we're just going to drag in some like, kind of like, it's supposed to make it feel kind of like a worn piece of wood. A nice lighter gray or something like that, and then kind of paint on the outside of this as well to have a little bit more natural fall off to the outside of this kind of wooden material that we have going on here. The reason why I like to use these brushes that I created is because it creates this really nice kind of like material that we don't have to work too hard to paint in. Just like for free kind of does that for us. So I'm gonna kind of like load that in a little bit. There we go, and then we can just make it a little bit darker even on the outsides here as it's like kind of working its way on the wood, as if certain parts of the wood just have like this kind of old age feel to it, and just like create our own kind of like natural fall off to like the white. And again, we'll just do that down here. Thinking on the bottom here, we're just gonna make it feel just like the wood itself is worn from years of use of things, just like the arm rotating around or it grabbing things, and then like stains just kind of like build up onto it. Just a little bit lighter as well. I'm gonna add in some kind of lighter area about right here, just like feels kind of like this general area just has a little bit more wear and tear to it than the rest, which is okay. You know, it just kind of breaks everything up and makes it feel more natural. This is the fun part, you know, you get to just like creatively paint everything and make it feel more realistic. And then once we plug this into our shader, it's going to really catch the light in different ways. We can use this as our roughness as well as our maybe a little bit of displacement as well. Right now we're just kind of painting the diffuse texture. So we're creating our own texture essentially from scratch here, which is nice. Let's grab this here, and one tool I would like, I don't think I can, but I would love to be able to just set the alpha to be like really low on this, because what could be nice is just lightening up certain areas, but we can guesstimate a lot of that stuff ourselves, so I'm just gonna lighten this just a little bit. There we go. And I think that'll work nicely for this side of the arm. Might want work this in a little bit more here, but maybe even a little bit lighter on the fringing here, but it's just some stains that maybe this part of his arm are building up. And yeah, it's pretty nice. I like that. Just clean that up a little bit more. So yeah, now with that, we can just go ahead and hit the save button. And so we're going to have the left arm and the right arm. We go back over here to our layout. Our current material that we're using here, it's called material 2, but we can call this, well, this is his right arm. And with that right arm, we might want to copy and paste some other materials that we have been previously using. So I'm just going to copy the stuff we used on torso and paste that over here, because we're going to be doing a lot of the similar kind of work on here, because of just we're going to be changing it with our arm V2 rather than what we had for our torso. So our kind of like fingerprints and main face section and all that stuff, that's all good. That's fine. We can keep that kind of selected there. But with our overall, this is where the torso texture is. We can just replace this with our arms V2. And now if we go ahead and view this mix shader, this is just going to have the same material that we created for our overall body over here, but it's going to be using our new painted kind of like texture material right there. The other thing is we'll want to plug this into our displacement. So that way it is displacing this arm as well. Let's go to our camera view here. One thing we got to be concerned about is that this is now getting a little bit darker than what we previously had, and so it's falling off into shadow, because I think our light that we have in our scene that's right here is not, it's using a light linking, I think, and it's only selecting on the head. So we might want our head, our arm here to be in on that. So yeah, it's cube 3. So let's select our area light here, and then with cube 3 we could just drag that in, and that's going to light up that arm as well. We may or may not want that. You can kind of see what it's doing there. Might disconnect that, and then we'll create our own light that's specifically for that arm. That way we're adding a little bit of light, but not too much. Okay, great. Now, for our other material over here, we're just going to select our other material. So we're using arm V2 currently, but I'm going to disconnect that. We're going to load in a new image texture. So let's go to texture paint. And we're using, that was arm V2, but we're going to hit new, and then we're going to call this arm V3, I think is what we should do. Hit new image, and now if we load that into our image texture over here, arm V3, and again we're just gonna plug that into the vector here, and this will replace our torso in a second. But this is the painting that we're gonna do now on the next arm. So, which we don't have to spend as much time on, but it is going to allow us to kind of customize just like this section right here where the socket is kind of leading into, or the edge of the sleeve, I should say. So let's just scale that down. We just want to kind of create this darker lip here. Might want it not to be quite as messy. the way I view this kind of like lip section here is like this is like oil residue, you know? Oops. So while we do want it prevalent, we don't want too much of it, otherwise it feels very messy. That's great. Just paint that down. There we go. Okay. That works pretty nice. Now we just need like kind of some of these painted crevices here that we have. Just paint that in. And we'll add some blending as well. So just like halfway in between and just kind of clean this up a little bit. Maybe even some more white. So overall, just changing the size here. Be a lot less. It's just supposed to kind of come in and can fade a little bit in and out. Start out with just like a big old chunk there, and then we can really lessen that. It's the nice thing about using these texture masks is that it really allows it really easily to add in some nice shading without you having to do too much work. And again, we'll just kind of like this whole bottom part down here. I'm just gonna create a bit of a lip to the arm. And overall, just have a little bit more gray residue just building up down here. With some more fall off, I suppose. All the way to the top here. And I like that. And let's just get a little bit of a lighter gray right here. I like that. And then just even a little more lighter gray, you know, just kind of like in this section. And I think that'll work well for that arm. So now we'll just go ahead and hit the save button over here, and I'm just gonna have to save that texture as a PNG. And but since we already have that loaded in, all I have to do is replace our current base color that we have. And as long as this is viewing the correct mix shader, this arm right here should be the correct kind of material that's all lined up. Okay, not bad, not bad. We might want to edit our torso, I'm thinking still. It just feels like it's missing some kind of shading, but before we go in to do some touch-up work on that, I want to finish up the legs here, because each one of these legs needs to kind of have some material associated with it. So currently I have these separate mechanisms, which is fine because these mechanisms are going to want to have individual textures that I don't want to have bleed over too much. So let's call this a new material, and we'll call this knees. And we can paint on stuff, or we could just literally use a material we already have loaded. So if we want, actually, let's go ahead and delete that. Let's call this the bed legs, because we already have a metal texture that we created already. All we need is to load that in here. Let's just go take a look at that real quick. And we'll create a new one we'll call knees. And we'll apply that over here as well. But it's a little too dark. I might want it to be a little bit lighter, which we can edit over yonder, which is why I actually made them their own material completely separately, because if I wanted to just increase the brightness of this to something like that, I could totally do that, and that already works pretty well. I might half that. Yeah, that works pretty nicely. And that way I don't even have to paint anything. I'm just using kind of like this metal rusty texture that we already have loaded in. I mean, I could do the same thing for the bolts here. Let's see. Knees. And I might... Well, let's actually use... Let's see. Bed legs. Let's see what that looks like. It's a little bit darker. Let's do this. Let's call that bed legs, and we'll call this. Well, sorry, we'll duplicate that and just call it bolts. And on the bolts for the roughness, it's not rough at all. So let's use a color ramp and make it really extremely contrasty. And then that's going to add in some specularity to these, which we're not going to see too much on this side, but we'll definitely see on the other side. So if I select bolts on this one, the way the light reflects off of it could catch the light a little bit. So let's see if I go view my color ramp for the bolts here. Okay, and then our principal BSDF for that. Really not doing too much, is it? Let's make it really metallic as well. I guess it doesn't need to be super visible. We might come back to that. The actual knee joint, though, I'm probably going to make this a 2. And let's increase the metallic on these guys as well. A lot brighter. Increase the overall brightness on this now that I increase the metallicness. Not hating it. Let's grab these legs and start working on them. So I'm going to just create a new material that we'll call leg R. And we'll just do one leg at a time. So I'll do this leg first, and then I can duplicate this material, and all we have to do is change the image texture as we're going. So let's go over to texture paint real quick. And for our leg, let's load in a new image texture. So we'll say image, new, and we'll call this leg L, because this is the left leg. New image. If I go back to my layout over here, it is the left leg, not right leg. And now if I add in an image texture, I'm going to load in that leg L texture that we just created. And if we just view that, should just make the whole leg completely white. We're going to actually do all of our paint work on top of this. So let's go back over to our texture paint node here. And using just the same brushes that we used before, I can just paint everything on. So we'll just go in here. Welcome back, Keysign. You missed me trying to figure out what the heck was going on with the UV unwraps forever. Finally figured it out. It was the normals, because that's what the problem is. Normals. Normals are the issue. Okay, so I might need to decimate the leg as well. It's a bit hefty right now to work with, obviously. I just kind of crashed everything. We are currently waiting for Blender to reload. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, hey, it's just part of troubleshooting. It just gets frustrating when your Blender freezes like this because that's when you were trying to like always figure things out on is when things are frozen. And you're just like, come on. But we're down to the last few joints that we have to really worry about here. The more frustrating part with this anyways is that everything is separate objects. So maybe I think to make this easier, is this seriously still frozen? Wow. We could make all of the rest of the body just like one object, in which case we don't have to worry about creating separate texture masks for every single one of them, and I can just paint everything all at once. That might be the best solution. But yeah. Just waiting for this to unload. I probably unfreeze. I probably should have saved it so that way I could just crash the software and restart it. But hey, you know, you live, you learn. Or not, or you don't live and you don't. Well, you don't learn. That's my problem. Using Sculptrees for sculpting. New program. I have actually not messed with that. How do you like that? How do you like that software? Is it good? I've always wanted to get into ZBrush, and recently I've been talking to Foundry. I want to try out. Is it Modo? Is their sculpting software? I haven't messed around with that yet. Okay, we could just crash this because this is not working. Just don't know when the last autosave is. It's okay. It kind of depends on what the tool functionality is, right? Because, I mean, I think the thing that's nice about ZBrush is how many different brushes there are and how nicely they play. Also, it doesn't freeze like this all the time. So there's that. I think I'm gonna crash it. I'll give it 30 more seconds. Yeah, I think we'll crash it. Spent too much time waiting for this thing to unfreeze. I'm just kind of over it at this point. I honestly don't know the last time I saved, but let's recover, autosave. 15:54, so it's like 6 minutes ago. I mean, I've been waiting for like 6 minutes for this to unfreeze, so I don't know that. I lost the knee joints and stuff like that. This has that. This is the knees, but it doesn't have the bolts. That's fine. Now we saved, so it's officially saved. Yeah, the bolts aren't that big of an issue because all I have to do is the only difference between this and that was if I select my knees here, that's knees 0.01. All I have to do is duplicate this and then call it a bolt. And then the only things I did was I increased the metallicness of it. And we're going to save after everything we do here. I increased the metallicness of it, and I think I increased the value of it as well. Let's check out the render view of this. Then these as well, I also increased the metallicness of them. They actually plug this directly into the metallic. And then for the bolts, I can also do that. But I think I also added a color ramp in. Just Just gonna increase the specularity on that. And yeah, that's it. So that's that bolt. I think that bolt's the same. Well, I already had one bolt done, but I like the new version I did. See, this is why we crash stuff, guys, because when we remake it, it looks better. So now we just have to do the legs here. And like I was mentioning before, I think the easiest method is going to be actually selecting all of these and making them just one object rather than having separate objects for everything. That is funny. We don't see any of that, do we? No, because that's completely off camera. That is a problem, though. Like, I wouldn't want to... I think I see this portion right here. But let's work on the rest of the legs here, so that way we can get moving with our day. So, the easiest way to do this is going to be selecting all of these legs. I believe... I need to say Alt-P, clear, and keep transform. And this right here, let's do Alt-P, clear, and keep transform. I'm just going to kind of clear transforms on all of these things. And then now if I grab that, this should be good. So I have these separate leg pieces. And if I select all of them and then select this guy specifically and then just join them, hopefully nothing breaks. Everything just broke. Yeah, whoops. Control Z that. I think I also know here I have modifiers on these as well. So save. We're going to apply our said modifiers. And now we select everything. Apply. Now we're going to use a decimate also. And let's do a 0.1. Might be like a 0.5, but we'll see what this gives us. This shot right here, key signer. Thank you. We're getting there. Hopefully finishing soon, because I think the thing is I don't mind long streams, but today has been filled with so many bugs and issues that it's frustrating, and when that happens, it's not fun. It's more fun to be doing the painting and be doing the creating of something. It's not fun to be fixing problems. Yeah, it doesn't look like the topology changes all that much when we use this decimate, which is great for us. So we're just going to use the decimate, and I think we're going to... we can apply it if we want. I don't know if applying really helps us all that much. I just know having too much heavy topology is hard on the system. I think I just froze it again. Just wait for it to reload. But a reminder, if any of you guys are new here, please hit that subscribe button. And hey, if you got friends that are interested in this type of stream, please share it with them. You know, we're continuing to try to grow the channel. I think our next goal is hitting 2,000 subscribers, so we're a bit off from that, but or a little bit of ways on that one. But you know, we're slowly getting there, I think, and I'm really excited about what we've got coming up and the more streams that we do. And also, of course, if you're new here, we do another midweek stream on Tuesdays that is more visual effects focused. So, and that covers kind of the compositing and that kind of like world of stuff. Okay, so with this decimate applied, we can actually just hit apply right here. We're just going to say Control A. And that's going to apply our modifier. And that'll make it so that way it's not trying to always calculate this in the background. And we're frozen again, because that's how life is. It's so funny. I went to NAB and Puget Systems was there, and they handed out these like cup holder things. And all I can think of during this whole stream is Puget Systems, please send me a computer so that way my computer's not crashing every time I try to stream. Okay, great. So that's applied the decimate, which is going to make everything in our whole computer run faster now because we don't need that insane topology. Of course, that also screws up our vertices that we have. What did I say? Coaster? I thought I said coasters. It's a cup holder coaster thing. Yeah, I actually was just using it earlier when I drank a Monster. So, but let's see. Now that we have that, we can actually do quite a bit of our paint work that we have. You'll notice though that the hands also are not. Do we want to apply that also to everything else here? I think we should. So let's just apply all of these vertices. Let's apply that. Let's apply that. And I'm gonna select our entire hand over here and our legs, and then we just join everything together. So that way I could do one paint for everything here rather than doing separate texture paints for everything. So I'm going to hit save. And actually the first thing I kind of want to load in is our let's load in our torso. No, let's load in our head, because I actually like the overall texturing that we're doing, like kind of throughout everything. And then with this head selected on these legs, actually it's funny. Oh my gosh. It kind of already looks fine, guys. I don't even need to do anything. This is a happy accident. We don't even need to paint. Like, that actually looks pretty good. I like that. I even like how that happens. Wow. That miraculously just kind of worked. Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. I am thinking for this, though, I kind of want it to be more metallic. And also for the hands, I want those to be a little bit more sharp on the edges. Like Sandman from Spider-Man. How do Marvel movies handle massive scenes? It's a good question. A lot of it is like compartmentalizing specific parts of your scene. Rather than doing everything all in one big scene, you might do like separate parts of it in separate renders, and then those will each be called passes, and you can composite all that together as like 2D elements. That is the way, a nice, easy way of being able to do that. I'm not saying that's what they always do, but that is a good way of cutting back on kind of like intensive sequences with like a lot going on. If you're having a lot of simulation work, usually simulation will happen by an effects artist specifically, and that will be a separate render pass from everything else. Actually, we're prepping for a film right now, which we're probably going to need some effects artists on and stuff. And in that particular case, they all will be doing separate passes. Excuse me. They'll be doing separate render passes for just the simulation work. And then that will then be comped in later into our composite. Yeah, I think that bolt texture works for this wrist piece here. Whereas the hand, we might want to do some more dangling on it. So let's do a smart UV unwrap. Let's see what that does for us. kind of just like overall throws a kind of like texture on there. Yeah, for some reason when I created that bolt, it applied it to everything there, and I only need it on just the arms, and then the hand can be separate as well. So let's use Smart UV Project. Yeah, it'll be a good one. It's a horror film. It's through Warner Brothers, so it'll be fun. I'll probably be going out to Atlanta for about a month or so at least during the filming of it. I'm excited. Haven't been to Atlanta in 4 years. It's crazy. But it's nice because I have friends that live out there, and I'm really excited to meet up with them again because it's been a while. But yeah, no, that'll be fun. I'll have to be doing my live streams from like completely remote locations. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it won't be too difficult to get everything set up. I am thinking that... Oh, I really like how that turned out, guys. Wow. It's pretty nice. That's pretty nice indeed. If I take this light here and then I turn off the glossy, how much does that affect that? Okay, it doesn't affect it at all. I was concerned about that. I didn't like the little light circle that it created over here. So if we turn off glossy, I'm still getting that to light up the scene better. And sometimes all that matters is that you get the final image to look how you want it to look. Whereas right now we're kind of getting this shoulder here that's fallen off into the dark. So we do want to fix that. We can fix that pretty easily actually. So let's duplicate this light here, and I'm gonna just orient it a little bit better. We're gonna remove the head from it, but I know cube 3 is its own separate light here. So let's grab cube 3 and drag that in. And then this light here, we want to lessen the intensity of it to something like 5, maybe even smaller. And then of course we want to maybe make it... What's going on here? Scale that down. Why is that so intensely bright? What is our light group on this one going for? Oh, whoops. This one needs to only have head. And that's on this light. And then this light right here, oh, that's why. It's the same link tree. That's cool, though, that it does that. I didn't know it did that. So we're going to create a whole new link tree and then grab in cube 3 for this one. And then this light specifically here, we're going to want the power intensity to be a little bit brighter. And what we're doing is we're just lifting up that shoulder there. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. We're just trying to get that to just feel like it's not blending into the background too much. Can I talk about the film? No, I can't, unfortunately. But I could tell you as much as it's a horror film, so it's more of in that vein of kind of work. But as things come out, I can share that stuff for sure. I think there's a press article coming out this week about it, actually. So I'll share that in the Discord when that happens. But that'll be the project that I'm kind of working on. We have our first meeting for pre-production tomorrow, actually, about it. So it'll be exciting. Let's turn on the hair, see how that looks. hair's very thin and there's not a lot of it. I'm almost wondering if we really want to have a lot more of it, though. Because currently we really don't have that much. Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna want a little bit more. So let's go to this hair dynamics one specifically, and then we can add in additional hairs. Let's see, where's that at actually? So that's the steps. I need the amount of them. 10? I mean, we could do. Let's try 20. And does that feel like it's getting blended in too much to him? Let's see. Children, viewport display. Emitter. Where's my... Just realized, usually at the top here, it's got emission. Where's the emission? Did I drag that somewhere else accidentally? Normally that's right near the very top of the whole thing. Emission. Hair dynamics. The cache. Oh, is it because it's cached? Is that the reason why I don't see emission anymore? How does pre-production work? Good question. Pre-production is the phase of where we're going to be talking with all the producers and the directors of what they really want to see in the film and how they want to accomplish it. Because how we work on this is you start out with like the idea of like, oh hey, we want to have this effect in the film, but a lot of the creative team doesn't necessarily know how they want to accomplish that because it could be done through practical effects, it could be done through visual effects, it could be done through any number of things. It could even be done in visual effects many different ways, right? And so we need to know about all these different ways and how we really want to accomplish this before we start the process of filming, because you need to know what kind of well, how many days it's going to take to film. You need to know who all needs to be there. You know, let's just say there's fire, then you need to know if it's real fire or CG fire. If it's CG fire, then we need a light for CG fire. If it's real fire, then you need to have you know, like paramedics and ambulances and fire trucks and all the, well, paramedics and ambulances are the same thing, but you need all of that kind of like on set, so that way that can be done right. And then you need the correct effects artists. You need to hire those people, and you need to know how many days that they'll be on and how many days they'll be filming on and things like that. So like that's where a lot of the pre-production goes into, is just like kind of like figuring out the different people that need to be hired, how many of those people, how long they need to be there for. And that's kind of like just this process of figuring out. We read through the script and we break it down through every single visual effect shot, and or really the entire script on how it's written. We go, oh well, this could be a visual effect shot, how many visual effect shots would be needed there. And then since I'm a VFX supervisor, I need to figure out what crew we'll need. So we'll need to hire effects artists, we'll need to hire you know, all sorts of people to kind of like fill those roles and those positions. But all of that happens in the pre-production phase, so that way there's no like, oh shit moments at later when you know, the film is already like in post-production, because all of that needs to be figured out beforehand. I'm thinking with the hair we just make it a little bit lighter. I don't like how gray it is. It's just so dark compared to everything else. But that's primarily where a lot of the, you know, kind of time goes into, is figuring out what, you know, needs to happen and who needs to be there. Yes, I'm a VFX supervisor, or at least I try to be. I'm not a fan of these hairs, dude. Not a huge fan. It just feels... It feels fake. There's a couple ways we could fix this. We could add more hairs. And then the... Where's the cache at? Turn that. So hair dynamics. Let's turn off external. And we'll turn the emission up here to something like 200. Go back to solid view here. And if I go to 0 on the top, hit the save button. So emission, hair, number of hair segments. Let's see, for dynamics, we want the quality of the steps to be something like 10. I think 10 might work a little bit better for us. Oh, thank you so much, Keysign. It's been fun. I mean, I've been doing this for about 6 months now, so slowly but surely we're picking up steam here. That's why, by the way, it's like, yeah, so my day job is like an actual VFX artist, and then I try to do this as much as I can, but you know, it's like on the Tuesday streams, that's why I have to stop by 10 o'clock to go work. It's basically what that is about. Let's check to see how this is doing. So having more hairs might help fix the problem. Ooh, that looks... I like that a little bit better. It's like he woke up with some like bad hair day, you know? I like that. I like that. Oh. Well, he also couldn't have just woken up because like his bed's like pristinely made. I am thinking though that we need to go through and paint some additional work on the rest of these like walls here. Maybe it's not necessary. Yeah. We might be good with that for the hair. And then the hair on the bed here, I think that's turned off on the viewport, so let's turn that on. And again, that's pretty slight. We don't really see it. It's mostly like what's interacting with the hand. And then I'm thinking, do we want to do another pass on the torso here just to add in a little bit more like some kind of like scuffiness like that? Thinking we do. Yeah, let's do that. And then the arm. I don't know. I might paint the ball a little bit more on the arm there. Yeah, I want to paint it a little bit more to match the knees. Because I think right now it's just a little light. It looks like we kind of didn't do anything on it. And we did. So we should probably fix that. So go here to the... So this is the arm. Let's just darken this up a little bit. Nuke is not a good video editor. It's a good compositor. If you want a good video editor, I just recommend using something like DaVinci Resolve. I think that's the best video editing program that you can use these days. It's pretty much free. They have a free version of it, and then if you want to pay for it, it's only like $300, and then you have it forever. So like, there's not really a reason to not use DaVinci. Just gonna zoom in slightly here, and then we can just paint some of this. I think that might be a little too dark. Let's lighten this up a little bit, and then paint just kind of like that. I'm just gonna fill that in. Yeah, I think that works. And then now it's like we can probably overall just like kind of smudge blur everything with just a little bit of a lighter color, and then go back to a darker color here, and then just kind of darken specific areas, you know. But overall, this just gives us the ability to a little bit more fall off and kind of connect that. So now, if we go here, we'll go image save. Go back to layout. Let's just see what that looks like in our render view. Will I do a part 3? No, this will probably be it. If there was a part 3, I think the only thing I would really want to do is probably go in and I would probably want to animate this. I probably painted the wrong thing, didn't I? I think I did. This over here needs to be V2. Save. I think that's V2. Yeah, there we go. So now if we go back to layout, I saved the wrong one, but it doesn't really matter because it's not like you lose your work. Let's load that back in over here. But yeah, I mean, the only thing I would want to really do past this is animate it. And if I'm just not the best person at rigging things that I've sculpted, so like there's you need to remesh it basically, I think. And I don't know much about that. I've never done it. But that's why I put all this stuff up on the Patreon, because if somebody else wants to animate it or rig it or whatever, then they can, and you guys have all the files. Because I just upload all the project files after I finish the live stream over to the Patreon. I'm gonna do the other arm as well. Which, let's go back to object mode here and select the other arm. And now if we go back to texture paint. I think, yeah, arm V3. I'm just gonna do something similar. I like having it a little bit darker, and that way it just feels more like a joint. Honestly, that just already works. So swap this over to V3 and then hit image, save. Now back in layout, that should update the image. By the way, I'm just curious, does anybody else have any issues with the audio sounding too much to like the left or right or something like that? Ben had mentioned that earlier, but I finally got this microphone over here. Go to filters. I suppose I could check to see under, they have a pan option, expander, compressor, gain, invert polarity, limiter. Because it is just a microphone, so I'm wondering if it's like panning it. Whoops, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll have to test that out and figure that out. Ooh, okay, so that didn't really load it over there. If I go look at this, what texture is it grabbing? V3. Let's go to texture paint. And that's grabbing V3, V3. Just kind of like paint a little bit more on this arm. I think I just froze it again. Yeah, I'll have to check out to see why the mic is only on one side. Oh, it is only on the left side. I can see it right there. That's crazy. 1 second. Let me advance audio properties. So currently my audio is left only. So if I do that, that makes it left. Interesting. So if I focus only on the left side, then it does it that way. Let's see if I change this to the tracks. So basically I'm just... Yeah, I guess what it is like it's only has one audio track. And so basically it is just focusing on the left side. Fix this while my thing is just frozen right now. It's weird is normal. Normally, now OBS is different, but normally there's like at least like some kind of like you can pan stuff in most programs, but I'm not seeing anything like that in OBS. It's basically just got a lot of settings to basically invert polarity. I don't even know. A limiter option. It's the threshold to release. A noise gate, which again, I know is just like cleaning things up. You have to figure that out. I'm sure there's some way for me to adjust it with inside of like my actual Windows settings, but not actually as familiar with that. Oh, that looks pretty sweet. I like that. Let's keep it. So we hit image, save, go back to layout. Let's see what it does for us. I'm wondering if like under my sound settings, there's gotta be like a microphone settings, right? Here we go, microphone, manage sound device. There's gotta be a way to like control the pan of it. This guy. So this is like 2-channel. But instead of it being 2-channel, I basically just want to say that it's only 1 channel. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out by the next stream. Okay, so our arm over here doesn't seem to want to be updating. Just go look at this real quick. So that's arm V3. It should be doing it. I mean, under our texture pane over here, we are editing ARM v3. That's this guy. Should be able to see quite a bit of paint done there. Call it ARM v4 just for the sake of my sanity. And then let's load in a new image texture. And let's hit open. Materials. Oh no. Arm V4. Yeah, that updated it. So I guess it just wasn't updating for whatever reason. But that's okay. And then this is our overall color mask. And then this is kind of like a darker value. Oh, whoops, that's a little bit. It's a little dark. Oh, and that's generated instead of my UV editor thing. That's what the problem is. Okay, and then that gets plugged in like that gets plugged in like that, and voila, now we've got ourselves the arm that we asked for in the first place. Well, great. This is just a little bit darker now because of that. I probably should clean that up. So let's go back over here to texture paint. Let's just fix the rest of the arms. That way it's not quite so dark in this specific area. So, because that's kind of where we're running into with some issues. Yeah, I can totally see that it's only the left part of the audio. I could probably fix that probably on my sound mixer because I'm feeding this mic through an XLR plugin into my sound mixer. Yesterday because I don't remember turning that on this morning. And then over here, this is V4, honestly. Let's load that. Oh, yeah, let's scale this guy up right here. And then we're just going to try cleaning this up a little bit. Just need to paint in the whiter section here. Nice thing is we can keep quite a bit of this, we just don't want all of it. Okay, so now we'll hit save there. Let's also save this material, and if I go back to layout, that should update everything accordingly. Yes, works pretty great. Pretty great. Let's see. So Cube 3 has that light on it. Let's also get Cube 4 to have that this particular light on it. So under our light linking settings, I'm also going to add in Cube 4 just that way that one also is kind of lighting that up as well. I don't see any harm in doing that. We're just kind of lighting it up slightly. Okay, great. We're pretty close. I might want to add in just some more texturing to the torso here, and that's probably it. Overall, we're using, for our torso, we're using torso texture. So if I go over to our texture paint option, we're using the same torso texture for the legs, and I don't want to screw that up. So, that being said, let's take our torso texture that we have. We select that, go view it. Yep, we can see everything's there just fine. And we're going to say save as a copy. And we'll call this torso 1. And this is going to allow us to make our changes specifically to torso 1. So we're using torso. I want to go back to our thing here. And if we go to our layout option, I need to load in torso 1 as the texture. And that shouldn't change anything right off the bat. Everything should look exactly the same. But now if we go over to our texture paint option, you'll notice that this says torso 1 at the top now instead. So we also want to select that over inside of our texture paint window. And using some paint options, we can just go through and just do some nice light painting for the rest of the body. I just want to add in some nice gray paint to kind of like the overall aesthetic of everything. I might change the camera view over here to be from the camera rather than just seeing everything. So let's do that real quick. And then honestly, we probably also want to remove some of this as well. We're just gonna kind of add in some overall kind of paint. And then of course in between this as well, it's just cool. And again, just a little bit of gray that we want to paint on, like these specific areas over here. And then again, we'll just do another lighter brush, kind of just coming through again. And just removing quite a bit of it. We're just like chopping it down to just having some slight discoloration on the torso. Do the same thing again, just down here. Thinking even like this right here, we just want to have probably our darker sockets like we've been doing for everything else. Just lighten this up as it's coming out. Okay. Honestly, we accidentally got rid of some of our darker area down here, so we want to re-add that. Make sure we're not losing that too much. And let's see. Kind of, I think that works. So yeah, I mean, that just adds in a little bit more realism to the rest of this. I just felt like it just felt a little flat before. Great. Go ahead and save all of this. So hit image save. And let's go back to our layout over here. And that should load our new torso because we actually have that right here. So let's see if it does that. And it does. And that's all really slight, like just effects work that I think like just makes it look a little bit nicer. I mean, this shoulder right here, I am concerned a little bit about it. Maybe here's what we could also do for these arms. we know that we have this arm texture here. We can take this and let's see, it's the roughness is set to full, but we can also plug this into like the roughness of this. And should make all the areas in which are black, it should just make those like more have some more specularities on them, which might be interesting. If we just go view this real quick. And we'll just make that way more contrasty. But yeah, let's go view that principled BSDF now. And we'll want to do that to both sides. So let's copy this. And again, paste that. Plugging this color ramp over here into the roughness. And it's going to be like really slight, but it's going to give like this nice effect to it, I think. Okay. I mean, hey, kind of like it. What do you guys think? We still have to do some slight compositing work, but overall, I mean, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. Oh, we're at least pretty dang close. Oh man, 2 weeks in the making right here. Yeah, let's call this here, and then I'm going to render this out real quick, and we take this into our compositing software and composite it over there. So 1920 by 1920, we're gonna render this out as OpenEXR multi-layer. Oh, great! Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's coming along. I think this will be it. I think we're we're pretty close, anyways. So yeah, we're gonna enable some crypto mats on this, and I think the only other options are, I mean, we're gonna be rendering this out as ACES CG, which are as new to what we've been doing, because I'm gonna be using an ACES pipeline, and we're going to override the color management here as an ACES CG render. And so yeah, let's go ahead and just render this out, and then we can go ahead and import this into our compositor. Oh, and I think I'm going to watch a movie tonight, so I'm excited. I don't know what movie it is. I've been told like 3 times, but that doesn't mean I remember. And then, by the way, guys, a reminder: if you guys want, join the Discord. Link is in the description. And then share your guys' own works that you guys are doing, of course. Go ahead and place those over in the showcase section. I always love to see your guys' stuff. And it's also nice because the great community of people over there. We all can help each other out, give each other advice on like how to make things better. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like that. says it's going to take 18 minutes to render this. Wow. I know it's because I'm live streaming as well. I mean, honestly, we're not even going to be really doing anything crazy with the... Also, I'm rendering out to 4096 for the samples. I could probably do it to 1024 is normally what I like to cut it down to. Because this is already pretty clean. Yeah, let's start this render over again. I'm going to set the samples though real quick to 1024. So under samples here, we'll set the render option to 1024. And that should be fine because we are denoising it. And it is a darker scene, but yeah. Hey, Q&A. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I'm always down for Q&As even when I'm working. So, but yeah, if anybody's got any questions, now's the time to ask because it's basically just me sitting here waiting for this to render. Other than that, I mean, hey, we can just stare at each other. Alright, you win. Okay, yeah. I mean, this is gonna be a little bit faster to render. I need to turn off, like, I have, like, so I use F1 through F5 for all my shortcuts to swap between cameras and, or angles in OBS, and right now it's like, in Blender I had to disable all of those shortcuts, which is essentially just a lot of menus that just pop up. But yes, if you guys have any questions, then now is the time to ask it. Other than that, I mean, this render should be done in like 5 minutes. It's not that bad. It was going to be 20 minutes because of the sample rating, but I didn't need that many samples. How do you use the ACES workflow? Good question. So Blender's color management settings are done inside of, let's just do it this way, I'll show you. It's currently rendering in the background, but it's fine. So the color management is here, which is hidden by my head. Here we go. Color management's like right here. You'll notice that I have different options than the typical color management options that you normally have. And that's because I'm actually using my own custom color management settings. And I can link to this in the Discord. I think that's the best place for me to just place it. But essentially what it's doing, and I can show you, is every time you have a Blender install, it has color management installed with it. So if I go to my C drive, let's see, program, no, not program data. Let's go to program files. There we go. So when you install Blender, it has all of these installs of Blender right here. And under your installs of Blender, it'll have a 4.1 folder, and then under here it'll have data files. Under data files, you'll see a folder called color management. And under color management, it's got all of these files. Now, yours is going to look a little different. It's probably just going to say filmic, LUTs, and then config.ocio. But the way it works is I installed these ACES LUTs and a different folder of filmic, as well as a different LUTs folder. And I'll send you the link to that. It's just an open ACES like directory, and you could download that and replace all the files inside of your Blender. And I believe, let's go to like an old one. I don't know if I installed correctly. Yeah, so this is probably what it would look like beforehand. And then I just deleted everything in here and I replaced it with my new installed data files, which was under here, color management, ACES. Now, what this does is inside of Blender, when I load it up, It'll tell me that the display setting is set to ACES and that the viewing transform is set to sRGB. I always set the sequencer, which is behind my head, unfortunately, but I always set the sequencer option to ACES CG, which is essentially the ACES CG workflow that I want to output it in. And then when I go to render, you have to render out an EXR. So I used multi-layer EXRs, which is pretty industry standard. And then I go to my color management settings, and you could say follow scene, but I just, for double checking's sake, I hit override and I change the color space option here to ACES CG. So that way when it outputs like this, I can go image, save as, and then I can save this to an output folder. And we'll call this today's date. Call it version 1. Now, its color management settings are going to follow this scene, which again, I am overwriting it, but it doesn't really matter. I already set my scene to ACES CG, so as long as that's correct in both locations, then you should be totally fine. So now if we go ahead and open up our Nuke Indie project file, I'm going to have to do the same thing inside Nuke that I did in Blender. However, since it's OCIO, you can also do this in After Effects. So After Effects, you'll just have to get the OpenColor.io plugin for After Effects because it's not native inside of After Effects to do color management. But inside of your Nukes file now, if you go to your project settings window under color, you can point this to your OCIO config file, which I am literally just pointing it. I already have it installed into like a weird different location, so mine's under like my Drive D, Blender, Color, Blender Aces, and then the config OCIO file, and it sets all of your color management up correctly inside of Nuke to do that. Now what that gets you though is that if I open up, let's go to projects, live stream, let's find today's stream. Where is that at? Streams? Just today's date modified 0428. Oh, what? Did I save that to the wrong? It's fine. I'll move that later. But anyways, now if I look at this, it's going to be black. But that's pretty typical because out of Blender, you need to shuffle your options because I'm using multi-layer EXRs. So if I say view layer combined and I output that to here, then that's how that works. So now I'm going to have this set up correctly there, and I can double check my settings. So under my read node that it's doing here, it's set to scene linear, and if I want to make sure, it says ACES CG, which is my scene linear option, but I can also go down here to ACES CG and make sure that's selected. Now my Blender render should look the same as my Nuke when I jump back and forth. Whereas you may remember when I was doing all of my renders before, every time I took it into Blender, I would have to like boost the exposure and everything like that. But that's because Blender's internal color management was not like working correctly, and it was actually working in like an sRGB workflow, and it was converting it to linear, which was completely incorrect. But now everything works totally fine. So now all I have to do is maybe I might want to increase the exposure or something like that, but I don't have to if I don't want to. I kind of do because I know that I like to have my images be a little bit brighter, but now I don't have to do, but this is just a creative thing. I could have done this in Blender and had everything brighter, but I knew that when I came in here, I was going to want to do all of this workflow. But that's how color management works between Blender to Nuke. And now we're looking at the same stuff in both versions of the software. So if I want to do, my adjustments will be very, very minor. Like I want to add like a bit of a glow. So we're going to change the threshold of this glow to be a lot smaller. And then maybe change the size of this as well. And maybe the brightness. But really what we're trying to do is we're just trying to add in a little bit of off the shoulder here. Just want to add in like kind of like that effect. Would get just a tiny bit of glow, not too much, but it just adds in like that extra depth of realism that we would want. We'll do some lens distortion stuff here. So let's redistort this. We're just going to eyeball this a little bit. And might transform this down as well. I don't want to lose the head. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, Keysign. How to match saturation and nuke? Well, that actually would match your saturation between the blender and the nuke. So that would match it in both areas. How to match saturation and nuke and perspective. I'm not quite sure what your question is then. You're talking about from like in Blender, you're going to want all of your color to be correct in both your nuke as well as that, or what are you referring to? Just add in some grain now. I mean, this is, it's going to add in like this nasty like color to the grain, which isn't a problem because all we have to do to get rid of this at the very end of our stack is we're just going to re-add a saturation node and then just saturate everything out. But then this also just adds in like this nice grain effect to our overall image. I just kind of want the grain size to be a little bit smaller. I think something like that works really nicely. Well, I think that's probably a video for another time because that's like putting CG into real images, and you know, that doesn't apply to this unfortunately, but you know, it is totally something that can be done and is done quite often inside of VFX, is adding CG into real life elements. Honestly, I like that. And it's crazy because now that we're doing the ASYS workflow, I don't have to do too much work with inside of the compositor to get it to look like what I want it to look like. Pre-multiply this probably here. And then our grade node, let's invert it and just make it a little bit darker. Probably not quite that dark, but let's just see. We're gonna blur this next to like 300 or something. And yeah, I like that. Cool thing though is that if we need to, we have CryptoMat, so we can make any adjustments we need to like specific things. Though I'm not gonna lie, we're like pretty dang close. Like this is already like pretty much what I want. Really didn't have to do all that much work inside the compositor today. Let's see what kind of CryptoMats we do actually have though. If we go view that, so that's all the objects. Here's the materials. I mean, we can do one of the hair. And if we wanted to, we could just add a grade node in and make some adjustments just specifically to the hair. It's kind of just like lifting everything up to make it more visible, so that way we're not like losing it. I just feel like it's a little muddy otherwise. Yeah, I like that. And then I'm just doing a tiny bit of adding like some purple blue into this. I don't know that I dislike that. It's like not too much, and we can even just like mix it down, honestly. It's just like to give it like that kind of like almost storybook effect to it. I think just that's pretty subtle. Because like the whole thing's just black and white, but like it gives it that nice what do they call it, sepia like tone to it. Like if you just I just take the white point and then move it a little bit more towards the blue, and then that gives it kind of like that orangey yellow look inside of like all of the values, which I really like. I don't want to go too crazy on this, but we could change the brightness slightly. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just gives it a little bit more. Do like a 0.3, I think, on that. So I'm just changing the brightness of the glow here ever so slightly, and that's adjusting the amount of glow or brightness that there is to it. I can always change the size here as well. I just like, I think that smaller size works really well for what we're going for. Kind of want to take this, let's merge this back on everything here as like a, so if we just view just this glow, I want this to be the effect only, and then if we merge this back as a plus option, it's going to do the exact same thing. But what we can do though is we can actually throw another glow on here. Whoops. We can actually throw another glow on here, and this time change the tolerance to be even less, but then change the brightness to be like a 0.3, and then change the size here to be quite a bit bigger. And again, if we say effect only, we can see exactly what it's trying to do here. I'm just going to merge this back on top of everything again. Just say over plus. So now this is going to be like the smaller kind of like section of it. I want this, the tolerance, to be a lot smaller. And then this one right here, I want the tolerance to be a little bit larger. And overall, we could probably change the brightness here to be a little bit less. And that's going to kind of create that exponential glow. And then now, that takes that all the way down, and booyah. That's what we get. And I think looks pretty sweet. I like that. I think that's going to be the image, guys. I think that's what we're going to go with. This is the, I don't even know. I called this stream, like, lonely or something like that. Sitting in his bedroom by himself. I mean, he's a lonely puppet, guys. He's Pinocchio without any strings, and he's out here just living his life. I really like I think the wood texture on him turned out really nicely throughout, especially on his leg here. I think that looks so good. But yeah, I think that's going to be it, guys. What do you guys think? You think it worked out? If so, then make sure to hit the like button below. And, you know, of course, we do these streams weekly. So
If you guys want to come back for our next live stream, make sure to hit the subscribe button and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any uploads. We do upload all of these project files to Patreon. So if you guys want to help support the channel, then go join the Patreon. You also get early uploads of all the videos that we upload. We post, like, this video is going to be edited and then uploaded by, I think, this Wednesday. And then the visual effects video goes up on Saturday, or Friday or Saturday. It's around that time. And so if you guys want to watch those videos a week before they go to YouTube, then you guys can check out the Patreon. There is a 1-week free subscription, actually, to the Patreon. So if you guys want to do that, then that also works out well, too. But if you're on the one tier that gets the project files, you also get all digital assets, which includes the Surface Imperfections pack that I've created and all that stuff. And of course, you get all the project files, which includes the weekend streams as well as the midweek stream stuff. So, but hey, guys, thank you so much for joining on this Sunday stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming to hang out. And this was a little bit more of a tedious kind of like finishing up of the shot. And we're going to continue a new shot next week, of course, next Sunday. So I'll see you guys there. Thank you so much for joining, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out.